Okay. All right. Well, we're here. If you're here, thanks for being here. If not, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. We have individuals gathered. And they're not black, so they were on time. So, yeah, we're going to put it all together. We're going to jump on in. I think we'll have a good one today. But, stick around. We'll see.
I assume.
Oh, there we go.
Primal was working in the background.
What happened? Did I miss something?
Nothing.
Okay.
No, you didn't miss anything.
All right.
Lactoid's on time for once.
Yeah. Did he put away the FUBU? All right. Is he wearing
on the eve of the election? Yeah, he's
wearing a
his race.
Yeah, maybe he's wearing a cardigan or something. I don't know. I don't know what white people wear. It's not clear to me.
It's not very exciting. I can
The
tell you
same
that.
shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? Like, white people wear like 99% the same shit that black people wear. Like, there's very little white culture left anymore in America. Like, yeah, sure, you go to like some weird European country, there might be some special dress that Armenians wear or some shit, and you're like, what the fuck is that? I didn't know white people wore shit like that. I thought that was like a Middle Eastern thing. And they're like, I'm white with a bigger nose and curly hair. Fuck out of here. And you're like, oh shit, my bad. Right? But like in America, we wear the same shit, dude.
But you don't wear trousers or pantaloons, that's for sure.
Pantaloons. No,
I just like the word.
Wait a minute. Okay, how do I feel about this? I mostly agree with you. But there are different concentrations of different clothing in different communities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
more white people dress like Steve Urkel than black people dress like Steve Urkel. I get that.
This is a cliche comedy routine, all right? White people walk like this, and black people walk like this. You know? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, you get it. I'm with you. It's fine. You know. I had to use a black reference so that the joke was safe.
Black Tread, this is all because we were talking about you.
It's all good.
We were discussing. Corey said you were here on time.
For once. Keywords for once.
For once.
I'm on time every fucking time except for like once. Come on.
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, I'm taking attendance. There's multiple times.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, yeah, we were just making fun.
Because I've been gone for a while. I didn't expect that you would be pushing, concepts of white supremacy, like being on time. I'm glad that you've come over to the white brothers' side on important issues and have embraced white supremacy by saying that timeliness is a good thing.
From your perspective, you didn't hear what I said at the very start of the stream, right? When I came in. I'm like, I looked into the Discord, right? And I said out loud, hey, but we've got people here already. They're white, so that's why they're here. They managed to be on time. I talk about all the time, black people are late. Loud and proud, black people are fucking late. And it drives me up the goddamn wall.
You don't need to look. Stop trying to defend against the joke. It's just a joke.
No, it's not. No, hold on. No, I'm not defending against it.
I'm joking.
Leaning into it. I'm leaning into it. I'm saying black people are fucking late, and it drives me up the fucking wall, right? On the black panel on Thursdays, just check out at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's always late.
No, it's not 8 p.m. Eastern.
It's not. It's not. I hate it so much.
8:45.
8:45. No, seriously, no. We will start. We have started like a half hour, 45 minutes, like late, like waiting for people to gather. Happens all the goddamn time. So yeah.
And I'm curious also if you have any idea on the rate of no shows. Also, like, are there more no shows in All Black Everything as opposed to here, or it's just
Okay,
a
now
lateness
Corey
factor?
is actually trying to get data on the joke, and this
I
is
am trying to
getting
get data.
weird. I'm starting to
Absolutely.
feel a little bit like a rally. You know what I mean? We're gonna get a few brother, you know, and I'm gonna get uncomfortable.
No,
That's exactly what I'm going for.
no, it'll be fine. No shows. I think actually, I would. There are no shows here. That happens. But I think what happened more on All Black Everything. Yeah, I haven't been keeping track of it. But like I'm running it through my head, and yeah, definitely, almost certainly.
That is interesting.
I mean, that's just like, jokes aside, like that is just the problem with having enough clout to put on panels regularly, but not having enough clout and production to be able to pay guests, or to have so many people to where if you're late, I can be like, well, you've been late several times, so we're going to go with somebody else. Right. Like, and it sucks because it's like you have enough to put on a regular show, but it's like if you just, if more people just followed Prime Kai's, subscribed to his YouTube, and like, you know, retweeted some of his tweets when he put out panels, and, you know, engaged in the stream so that he got higher in the Twitch algorithm, and he was able to like double and consistently double his view count, he'd be able to bring on more people, and he'd be able to kick off people when they don't show up on time. And then all of a sudden people would fucking show up on time. So if you want the show to show up on time, you know what you have to do. And that is you have to share the stream, and you have to like try and support him so that he has enough clout to do that. I'm just saying.
Or
Thanks
you
for
can
the kindness.
People over, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Thank you for the kindness.
I'm not even being kind here. I'm just being descriptive of reality.
That's true.
Like-
That's true. It would be helpful. Gibbs, what's going on with your camera? Why?
I don't know. I don't know. It's only doing it in StreamYard here. I
It's
did
in
it.
It's
90s mode.
It's the Democrats. They're getting to you.
They're coming for me. That's like I'm baiting
I
it now.
had a similar problem happen to me, Admiral Gibbs, on StreamYards.
Oh, it's not a coincidence. It is a Democrat.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing it in StreamYard. Like I was doing it was fine in mine, but the minute I came in here, it's like
It's like your hair comes in sharp contrast with everything else, and now it's throwing me off a bit. But it's okay. It's okay.
yeah. I mean, I don't know what we can do about that. I can try something else.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, friend. We can see you, right?
You Streamlabs and come back, no?
I'm sure you'll be able to infuriate us one way or the other. So it's not. It won't hold you back. We have only one other person waiting for it, but they've let us know they're having a little bit of issues. So we can just kind of jump right into it. I'm really excited. So this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have 8 p.m. On Mondays, and I'm pumped. I'm pumped about the topic. It's an auspicious day, so I think there's plenty to discuss. I'm pumped about our guests. Like, I'm pumped just overall. I'm really excited for today. So let's start by introducing ourselves, right? Before Lactoid gets a chance to stop chewing, okay? Lactoid, you gotta introduce yourself right now. We're all waiting on you. Lactoid.
Go.
Oh
I'm
my
Lactoid.
God,
You
Lactoid.
can find me at Lactoid
You
TV.
dropped the ball.
On Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Great. Thank you, friend. Anyone else about to take a bite? All right. Next, we have someone I'm very excited to see again. Honestly, like I really miss this person. Our friend Fabian Liberty, aka Scott, is here. Nice to see you, friend. I know you've had personal things in your life that you've had to take care of.
You're such a lefty that like every time you bring it up, you're like you had personal things in your life. Yeah, I needed to move and I needed to work some more. Like it's like it wasn't that big of a deal.
Well, I don't know, but I don't like I don't.
I just had to take a break to move. Like it wasn't that. It wasn't like my dog died and then like in the loving arms of my grandmother who, whom had a heart attack. Like, it's like, it was fine. Like, I needed to work.
It's okay. Well, here's the thing. This thing that we do, right? It becomes routine for lots of individuals to come on, to get involved, right? To talk, right? But then I've seen many times, and I've had a few years to observe this, is when that gets broken for any particular reason. That routine just, for something in their life, I got to take care of this thing, right? I'll be back. Then they aren't back because now other things are happening, their priorities. And that's fine. There's just an internet show. And as stated before, no one's being paid. But still,
What?
like that.
I was expecting some huge lump sum after all these.
A lump sum of love is what you'll get.
That's all I asked for.
But yeah, so like, that could happen, right? And you're just like, hey, you know what? Like, focus on my kids or whatever it happens to be. And I'd be sad, but I would understand. But you came back, and I really do appreciate it. Because you're a valued member of this community. So shout out to you, Scott.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm happy to be back. I don't know. This has been really, it's been interesting to step out and gain a little bit of perspective too. I think it's something that 1 week vacation doesn't do for a lot of streamers that are streaming multiple times a week to step away and realize just how much you get captured by your audience, how those subtle kind of, pushes that you have to lean more into certain types of opinions or behaviors, or, because there's a give and go with the parasocial relationship with the people that you have in your community. And it's been nice. I've been reading a lot of Marxist theory, reread Atlas Shrugged again, because, it's one of the greatest books ever written. Been getting into 40K lore because I finally had enough time to get into it. It's so much, as I've been listening to a bunch of those podcasts and, so it's been fun. It's been fun. I have a new perspective. I think that, that I hope at least some of you guys enjoy. Because I think I was for a portion there. I think it was unhealthy, genuinely. And I don't say that I have a specific problem. I mean, I see this literally in every streamer, where they just don't realize how worked up they get from this push-pull relationship with their audience, where it becomes this, it's not like I'm saying the left are any less enemies. Fuck you all, you're evil socialists. I still believe that, true to my core. I just mean that the way in which you choose to entertain your audience becomes a way that, as Corey would say, or not necessarily would say, but agree with, neurons that wire together fire together. You get in these patterns and this behavior of a certain type of messaging, a certain type of behavior, a certain way that you interact, and you begin to lose perspective because you start doing what works, and before you know it, you become a product of the beast of the algorithm, more so than you become an individual that has genuinely unique and intelligent ideas. And so I'm happy to have taken that step back, and hopefully it shows. Who knows? Maybe I'll just fall into those familiar traps all again. Who knows?
Fair enough. I'm glad you got that level of perspective. I think it's actually a useful statement. Yeah, I think it's actually a bit more mundane than it sounds, than that. People stuck in the routine of any particular job, right? It affects their perspective on the world. And then, we saw this in COVID, where people were away from their jobs and they're like, holy shit, why am I doing this? I don't want to do this for another 10 years, 20 years, whatever it might be, right? And I have to make a change right now.
Right.
So,
and for me, that was my wife, apparently. Why am I doing this? I don't want to continue to do this.
Okay. One last question though. Warhammer 40K. So I've only lightly looked into it.
Do not ask me questions. I don't know the answers. Connor will be here at some point.
I might know, but that was what I was gonna ask. Hey, now that you're getting into it, would you listen to Connor's stuff, his content?
Yeah, I mean, I've told him before to send me shit, and then he just never sends me shit. I'm like, what's a good introduction? And then he's just like, watch some videos, and then it'll be like, today we're going to discuss necrodermis for 35 minutes, and I'm like, bro, like a 35-minute stream on like the specific skin grafting of the necrons. Like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
There's so much more
I'm
important
so
stuff about
lost.
necrodermis. There's so many things with necrodermis.
See, it's
There's
like
the
Alex is like,
Primarch,
fuck,
and then
I'm
there's
out.
Blackstone necrodermis. There's all sorts of stuff. Like, oh man,
Yeah,
it's like living metal.
Are the Blood Angels necrodermis better because they're prettier? Who knows? Like, fuck, it's just weird, man. It's like, so yeah, no, I would watch this stuff, but you have to have a foundation to get any of that shit.
I think
fair.
that's just what you get when you have so many like massive nerds as your fan base, is that every single explanation is the most in-depth explanation. Like, you know how many electrons everything has,
Well,
Yeah.
the thing with
I
40K
do.
though is they do this like thing called like seeding, right? And so they'll like plant something like necrodermis and blackstone, right? And then you'll like look at it, and there will be different pieces of the seed, right? And so they may forget about it for 5 years, and then they'll come back and they'll use this seed later, and they're like, you'll have all these theories about, oh, well, the necrodermis is actually what caused them not to have the souls, or like that's not the star gods eating it, or like there's something else. So like that's why it's living metal, and then like they'll take this and they'll extrapolate and they go. That's why it's so cool, because it's like 40K is one that definitely does seeding really well.
This is exactly what I mean, by the way. You've just completely demonstrated.
Right. But
Yeah,
see,
I mean,
the
I've
cool
been
thing
doing it,
is
obviously.
I
I
don't
got
know what he
my
said,
collection going.
but like, I know the Star Child reference that was sharded, and I know enough now to almost know what he said. I'm not quite there to get to the point where I know what he said. I'm like, I know that reference.
I also like I like him listening to like an audiobook right now, and it's dealing with so much stuff. But like I'll like listen to like these videos, and then I'll go back and listen to the audiobook, and like to me it's so obvious that these guys are just idiots, right? Like, and there's like, wait a minute, you think this going this theory? It's clear based off of how any historical plot goes, it's going to go this way. And then when it happens, they're like, oh, I couldn't see it coming. I'm like, I don't know, read Shakespeare.
Game of Thrones did that for me. Game
Yeah.
of Thrones did that for me, where I saw so many people with like theories, and I'm like, you read the book, and this is the fucking theory that
Yeah.
you got? Like, you're
It's a big
this
problem.
fucking stupid. Like, there was so much content about Game of Thrones, like, well, what happened? Who is Jon Snow and the bastard of? And it's like, dude, did you read the fucking books? We all know the answer to this.
Maybe
Like,
he was-
it's obvious.
maybe-
And they're like, but maybe it's something else. And it's like, no. It's really fucking obvious. Like, George R. R. Martin's not that subtle. He thinks he is, but he isn't. Like, I don't know.
But I'm a lore monster. Like, I love lore. When I get into a lore, oh boy, I'm deep into it, right? I've never left the world of Elden Ring, right? Since that video game came out. That has the deepest one I've ever seen in any video game. I slapped it against anything else, and I think it's deeper than a lot of books. I think this is like a tour de force, like a masterpiece of video game storytelling, of world building. And like there's been like 2+ years
Yeah.
of
There's so many
lore.
books, and then ESO
And,
added so much shit to it as well.
ESO, sorry, what?
Elder Scrolls Online, just because like every fucking
No,
DLC has
right?
like a new
you
thing.
you missed something. Sorry. I said Elden Ring. So
Oh, I thought you said Elder Scrolls.
no. Yeah, Elden Ring. But anyway, the point is that like the only reason I haven't gone to Warhammer 40K is because it seems like it's going to be a lot. It seems like I'm going to need a lot of time, because if I start to like it, then I got to go in. I got to go deep.
You're fucked.
You know? Yeah.
Fuck, once you like it, you're like, oh my god.
Show's over, everyone. No more.
The worst part is that it comes in so many mediums. You've got it on tabletop, you've got the books, you've got the videos, you've got the music. You can do everything.
Yeah.
It's a one-stop shop.
Corey, thanks for being here, friend. Nice to see you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to be here as always, and I echo all the same sentiments that you just went through, Prime. Well, happy that Scott is back and happy that he's doing well, and that he
you're
got his.
also mad at black people from constantly being late. Is that something else that you're?
Yes, yeah, of course. Huge
You brought
racist.
that shit up. I didn't bring that. Why are you trying to shift that shit onto me?
No.
I didn't
that's-
start this.
No,
I'll
me.
own it. I'm a huge racist. I absolutely own it. But yeah, I was looking forward to getting into it. And well, now that Scott's back, I look forward to it even more. because he definitely brings the entertainment value. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube is Corey Campbell. And I share the concerns that Scott has about audience capture. The secret is to have no audience like I do, and then there's no audience capture.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Always happy to have you here, friend. Yeah, nice to see you.
Thanks for having me. I looked into 40K once and never looked into it again because, to Scott's point, you can't find an intro to any of this shit. It's all middle of the plot.
There's an amazing one. There's an amazing podcast called Laying Down the Lore, and he like starts with like a very basic way to. It's not the worst,
and then the 40K fan. But
that guy,
that's why I stick to Fast and the Furious and Grand Theft Auto. All right, keep it simple. Keep it simple. The lore is amazing. You don't need to be too deep. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Sociologic. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all the things. The tag's right there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, friend. We have our buddy Gibbs. Like the colors faded in his world, right? He's been gone from the stream too long, is what happens. But he'll brighten up as we go along.
90s webcam.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. StreamYards, it hates me. I'll tell you how to get in the 40K. It's real simple. Forget all the lore. First of all, if you're gonna want a good lore guy, Danny Fortuna runs the biggest meme group on 40K, and he has a great lore channel called the Pontius. Check him out. He's good stuff. Secondly, if you want to get into 40K, the easiest way lore-wise is to pick like a book that's like a one-off, or like a book that's in a smaller trilogy, like say, hey, I don't know, Storm of Iron or something, and it's about like one band, and then like it'll like allude to the wider galaxy, but you can like learn the lore behind like one little group, and then like as you do that, you kind of branch out there. That's the easiest way, I think, with 40K. On that note, oh yeah, I'm glad to be here. You know why I have all this bright light? It's because the Lord is coming down and giving me a message of hope and happiness, because people are outraged. Justice for Peanut. We've seen extreme overreach by the government. They're coming in and killing the squirrels. They're beheading them. They're beheading raccoons. They're just destroying it. Listen, people were wrong. It wasn't the Haitians eating the cats and dogs. It's the U.S. government under the Biden-Harris administration. They're killing your pets, and they're getting away with it, and they're laughing at you, the regular Americans. I think Peanut is going to be much like what was it, Harambe? Peanut's going to unite the United States against Kamala and their evil, tyrannical government, and that's what I think the slide is. It's Peanut looking down on me.
Gibbs.
Peanut the White is looking down on me. That's what's happening.
Much Peanut like the White is just an army of dogs that have been killed by the ATF. Like it's just Peanut with a bunch of dogs that have been murdered by the ATF behind them.
That's interesting. I was actually talking to a friend earlier today, and they introduced me to this story. Like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on, because this is not something that would make it onto my radar. But you know what? Let me not comment, because I still don't know enough about it. It seems like a very strange situation. But it seems like some fuck shit from the government, and I think it makes them an easy target.
If they're willing to come take your squirrel, they're willing to come take your guns. That's all you need to know. And Kamala said today.
Now you got me excited then.
Yeah, and listen. She already said she used the executive order on it today, so she's coming for your squirrels. She's coming for your guns.
Thank you so much. And not quite last, but definitely one I'm very excited to see. Extremely excited to see is Buckaroo. Buckaroo is a person I've gotten to know over Discord, and private VCs and stuff, and we've had really great conversations. She's been so much fun, and I took a shot. They said, "Would you come on my show, my internet show, Police Lady?" And she said yes, and I was so happy. So Buckaroo, thank you for coming through. Nice to see. I think I've never seen you on camera before, actually, either. So,
yeah, I actually reset up my webcam. I had it like aimed towards my desk so people could see my cat for like months on end. I finally faced it towards myself.
Doesn't her room look exactly like a DJ's like office? Like if this was on like a DJ like stream, right? wouldn't this fit? Like you'd say like this is exactly
Like a
it,
radio
right?
DJ.
Yeah, radio
I
DJ.
actually, it's so funny you say that. I stopped myself from propping up 2 records behind me because I was like, this would be sick to put there, but it just looked like mush on camera. So
Interesting space you got there though. But we're happy to have you,
most of it is
Buckaroo.
to hide other things. So
And with a Metallica shirt on. All right. Was that a Metallica shirt? Yeah. Yeah.
yes, it is. It is. I got it at Target. They've
This is
got great
exactly-
shirts
Don't
at
ask-
Target.
Very
Scott,
cool.
don't ask me to
Shockingly
name 5
amazing.
songs. Don't do it.
What'd you say?
Enter Sandman, enter Sandman, enter Sandman.
So we got a free discussion, but like it's gonna center on the election because of course. But at the start I want to say something, right? To my friend Scott. Right? I'm give my friend Scott a present, right? I'm gonna put a smile on his face. A smug smile, which is the only kind he likes, right? The war on Gaza has been the biggest blow for consequentialism I've experienced, right? Democrats and their vote blue no matter who ideology, right? Like I could not like separate what I was seeing, like this completely non-principled stance from that, and from our talks previously, right? I'm like, wow, Scott would enjoy this. Like
I don't know that I enjoy it so much, but yeah, I think consequentialism is, I mean, like, so I'm mostly objectivist in many of my leanings, and for the most part that's a fairly consequentialist philosophy, right? I mean, it has some principles that you tend to value over others, right? And obviously I have the non-aggression principle that is first and foremost. But for like many, and the reason I state this is like, it's easy to be a consequentialist in day-to-day activities, right? It's easy for certain things, right? And it becomes a lot harder to justify consequentialism to yourself when you see dead children. And they say these dead children are worth it in the grand scheme because the math checks out. Mm-hmm. Like it's, I was talking to Econo Boy just a couple other days ago. We were discussing the difference in the economic policies between Trump and Kamala. And I hate them both. He likes Kamala sorta. There you go. TLDR, you don't need to watch stream. But we had a conversation about, Kamala's, unrealized capital gains tax. And we both kind of agreed it probably wouldn't happen, but it brought us to a conversation about inheritance tax as a loophole for capital gains tax that so many farmers go through. And the reason it affects farmers deeply is farmers have these properties that are worth 20, 30, 40 million dollars, right? But they live middle class incomes because you need a fuck ton of property and land and like machinery in order to have a harvest of large enough size to where you actually make a profit that you could live off of. Mm-hmm. And these taxes disproportionately, they're designed for like billionaires, except billionaires get around them. They don't bring in that much money. And what they mostly do is destroy family farmers, people that have like $20 million of property. And to you're like, and so I explained this to him and he was like, who gives a fuck if somebody is like, has $20 million, like sell your property and go be a multimillionaire. And I was like, yeah, but like, there's a value to like working on the land that your father worked on, that his father worked on, that your like generational, kind of love for the land. I see this especially with like farmers that are really getting back in the land, like adaptive multi-paddock grazing for cattle and things that like actually want to heal the planet through farming and things of that nature. And like he couldn't get it. And I was like, this is what consequentialism does to you, is that it deadens you to like what should be a natural empathetic response to people's individual suffering, because you zoom out at this macro scale. And I do think that Israel-Palestine is maybe I would say that I wish it would wake people up philosophically, but I think mostly it has just pushed people towards a concept of like American and Western imperialism is bad, and this is why we need more socialism and less, neocon shit. Like I've seen the far left push back against the hawkish type of the neoliberals more than actually recognize why their philosophy is fucked.
What's really interesting, though, it was kind of what you said there. You touched on the farmers, and I'll bring up ranchers because ranchers are a similar situation with the you need a lot of property, and then you need whatever, and then they live middle class lives, right? And I brought up on the border, they said the average Texan rancher that lives on the border is going to lose between $24,000 and $38,000 due to has like lost due to illegal immigration and like damage their property, whether it be cattle loss or whatever, and like. I was talking, and then like they said, the rest of the ranches in the counties adjacent to lose about $4,000 to $6,000. And so I was talking to my cousin, who's an accountant, but he also like has a ranch. And we were sitting here talking, and he was like, "Do you think you could take a $38,000 hit to you like right now, like as a rancher?" He's like, "No way. I wouldn't be able to take a $38,000 hit. I would have to sell a significant portion to like make up for that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'd be done like as a rancher, like And this is like a small margin, right? Because the margins are so small, right? And it's like you tell people this, and then they go, "Oh well," and like you kind of hit the nail on the head with the consequentialism kind of thing. People are like, it's a small number of people. Oh, they have all this land. Landlords are evil. You can sell the land. People will benefit. And I'm like, well, hold on. That's not how it works. You're just like dismissing a whole large swath of people because it doesn't fit your narrative. And you're just saying, we don't give a shit about you. Crime doesn't matter. Legal immigration is not important. It's actually not a problem. All y'all's ranches don't mean shit to us. And like, that's a problem with the Dems today.
I love and care about you. But I also want more undocumented immigrants, right? So how about this, right? We repay you from the government funds, right?
No.
We give you, like you send us a bill. Oh, this much damage from undocumented immigrants. We pay you that. In fact, we'll double it, right? We'll double it. Just for your troubles, buddy. But then you allow them to use your land as a path towards economic freedom.
No, because who's paying for that? My tax dollars.
Yeah,
So I'm just getting double fucked. Yeah, American paying. Now we have a bigger. Now we're getting a bigger tax burden. Yeah, that's the whole problem right there. And then we're not even talking about the medical industry.
See, I reach out to your friend. I reach out, and this is what happens, right? You slap my hand. It's like I tried. It
wasn't a very good try.
No, I think I know. I hear what you're saying. And that like I think multiple things are happening here because on the left, people are skeptical of the concerns that the right has on immigration, right? Because a lot of what we hear, right, and not from everyone, right, but a lot of what we hear is like fucking racist. It's awful, right? And then there's the things that are made up, right? Like JD Vance discussing Donald Trump with the Haitian immigrant eating cats and dogs, and like things like that happen. And so it leads people on the left.
That's not made up.
Okay,
it's just it's hyperbole, sure,
sure,
but
okay.
It's not made up.
But anyway,
it's silly to get into the weeds about those things.
Sure, okay, but we'll do that later. But because of those things, people on the left, like when they hear about these legitimate concerns, right, it all just goes in the pile of here we go, Republicans making it up, right, or exaggerating or whatever. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people who are actually having problems. So I want to acknowledge that, Gibbs, that, maybe not yourself because it doesn't sound like it's a problem for you yet, at least, but other ranchers and other people on the border are having this issue. And that's actually quite dangerous when you're having a bunch of people breaking the law, right? And maybe not trying to get caught, right? They might, to make sure they don't get caught, they might commit violence, So these are things that we have to deal with by massively expanding legal immigration, of course.
Well, one thing that I've noticed about the right's inability to communicate and the left's, I don't want to say inability, but unwillingness to genuinely listen or give the devil his due has been the discussion that conservatives have. And again, I wouldn't put myself in this camp as a libertarian, about what the concept of law and order means, right? Like you see very often the right talking about like lawlessness in terms of, decriminalizing petty shoplifting and what that has led to in many municipalities, or the immigration situation. And there is this shift that constantly occurs in the conversation between the left and the right about it, about they're really only talking about lawlessness. They don't talk about what order means, right? And it's very interesting that you don't see conservatives, at least in the talking head space, that really capitalize upon this, because you'll see them being like, oh, well, Donald Trump's a felon, right? Like, oh, well, you guys don't care about these laws, etc. And there is this, what has been totally ripped out of the conversation is, what does order mean, right? Because I think order is more vague and understanding, right? Like, I think people can feel order slipping away in their daily interactions, right? Like when they go to the store and they see behaviors have changed in the last 5 or 10 years from the way that they used to be, because we don't really live in the same high trust society we had in the early 2000s. People used to give people more benefit of the doubt. People used to be a little bit more open and have this social cohesion and be linked together, and communities used to talk a little bit more, and some of that is just political polarization, some of that is the way that these things have occurred, but there's like an anarcho tyranny that occurs with our current immigration system, and obviously that's one specific element of what I mean, but it's just very interesting to me that the conversation has been dumbed down to such a degree that order actually doesn't ever make it into the conversation about what conservatives mean when they say law and order. They don't mean people breaking laws. They mean that there is a breakdown of society where people used to recognize that there were social norms and legal norms, and that people weren't trying to find legal loopholes against their opponents and things like that. It's like when you bring up Donald Trump, for example, being a convicted felon, the conservative goes, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a breakdown of law and order. And the left almost maybe intentionally doesn't understand it or doesn't get it because they're so hyper focused on law and legality and technicalities and loopholes, as opposed to the spirit of what I think conservatives are so genuinely upset about, though I think their solutions are trash.
I like to ask like Lactoid and Gibbs, starting with them, but then maybe other people, like what you think conservatives mean by order. Because I've never heard this, and like my osmosis, like my idea seems to differ from what Scott's saying, but then again, maybe that might just be illustrating his point, right? But I think this is interesting. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. But Electra, what do you think like conservatives mean by order?
I think it means and Scott touched on this a little bit, I think it means like a high trust society. So the idea that like you can leave your bike out in the front yard and come to it the next day and it's still there. You can go to the grocery store or go to like the pharmacy and buy deodorant. You don't have to have a worker come unlock the deodorant cage for you. You can just grab a deodorant and walk up to the front, checkout aisle, stand there for a second, wait while she comes back over, the cashier, and then checks you out. They're sort of like the order in the sense of what to expect, right? And what you expect is that you're part of a community and everyone knows who each other is, and there's a level of comfort that comes with that, and that there's very low chance that people are going to break in your house or hurt you or scam you or rip you off or there doesn't have to be this societal reaction to the people that do. I think that's what conservatives, when they're imagining order, that's like what that's like the essence, right? Like 1950s television, right? Like, and the Andy Griffith Show, right? You can walk outside and you don't have to fear.
Another
right?
Andy Griffith reference.
I was thinking
2
the
weeks
same
in a
thing.
row.
Yeah. But go.
Look, I may have been watching the Andy Griffith Show, but I just want to say, I think it's great because I think that a lot of people, there's this kind of hallmark dream of whether it's true or not. And in some regards, we've made progress in the crime rate, and we made progress on order and trust and all that stuff in certain ways. But then you have examples of where we haven't. And I think that's like where a lot of the anxiety from conservatives is coming from, because they want to live in a society where they can trust each other, where they can have like Halloween, right? This is going to sound like not a big deal. This sounds like weird, but it's kind of a big deal. I don't know. In my experience, this last Halloween, there was like the amount of trick or treaters and the amount of people handing out candy seemed to be at a all-time low. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but this is at least my perception. And I didn't want to. And one of the reasons I didn't want to was because people will bus in, essentially, like ship in kids from other areas of the state, basically, to areas that are like high in candy to go get candy from them. And it's like, well, this isn't my community. I'm not giving, these aren't the kids in my community. Like, these are kids that I'm never going to see again. And they're coming to my doorstep asking me for candy. And by the way, and then I'm running out of candy within 5 minutes because there's like 80 of them and they're taking all my fucking candy. So I'm just not going to hand out candy this year. And then that's part of it.
Is this a conservative skit? Like,
no, hold on.
That's your fault.
Hold on. He's
I
wrong.
feel like
I didn't hand out candy. I couldn't. I can't afford it.
The conservative stand was I want to hand out as much candy as much as possible for the hot moms.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
well, you got Gibbs. Gibbs. He's playing the long game. But what I'm saying is that, like, for most people, it's like, again, you're laughing at this. It's like, well, like, what is this? Well, it's the concern that, and a lot of conservatives feel this way, obviously, like we're being invaded. That like there is a community we have here, and there's a bunch of people coming in, and they're taking and they're disrupting and they're changing the way things are. And our comfort level is like getting dramatically unrooted. We no longer feel comfortable walking out of our house. We feel unsafe. We feel insecure. And all the fucking.
I see a person with long hair. I don't know what to call them.
The deodorant has a lock on it. The deodorant has a lock on it.
Lactoid.
Why is that the case?
Lactoid.
Why does the deodorant have a lock?
Lactoid. Have you heard yourself? You sound like an old man on his lawn yelling at the kids. Right? I haven't seen these kids around here before. Like,
do you want the deodorant locked up or no? That's the question.
That's a different thing.
Take his Prime, just to piggyback very quickly off of this, two points, right? That I think were laughed and dismissed instead of understood and communicated in a way that actually gets us to this. And, let's look at his actual position here about the Halloween candy, is that when we're talking about order, we're talking about high trust, we're talking about interconnectedness with the community. When you have people from outside of the community engaging in community activities, what you're seeing are strangers. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's like this. It's not one thing that's a problem, but it's a feeling of disconnect, right? How do you connect within your culture and within your community, within your neighborhood? We're supposed to know people. Your neighbor John is supposed to help you when you have to move a big item, right? When your neighbor John is brought in by somebody that doesn't even speak the same language as you and isn't from the same and didn't grow up in the same country as you, and then when you go to do Halloween and there are all of these strangers, you can say, well, that's just fucked up that you feel that way, right? You can dismiss that feeling, or you can call it funny, but at the end of the day, there is a certain loss that an individual has to a sense of community and a sense of purpose when they stop communicating with the people in their community, or when the communities are broken apart in some way. And we should take that seriously.
I have a different take. Hold on, can I answer this?
So we're gonna Gibbs, we'll go to Buckaroo, and then Ali, and then Corey.
Yeah, so I actually want to separate from Lactoid and Fabian here a little bit. They have some points I agree with, but first of all, no, the high trust society thing, that's bullshit. I don't believe in that at all. In fact, I believe healthy mistrust is better. I don't trust the government. That's the whole point of 2A. Texas already fought a revolution. We already proved that we can't trust governments, right?
This is what dating unstable women gets you, by the way.
Describing how you're not conservative.
Hold on, I am conservative. Listen, I am conservative. I'm not one of these like communists. Listen. I know you're a communist libertarian. I don't want to hear about how I'm not conservative. Like, I don't want to hear this bullshit about living in communes out of you today. Secondly, I want to talk about here one thing. They are right about the one thing. I think the order part is equal.
To ruin the conversation
is equal enforcement. I think that's a bigger thing, right? So when I sit here and go, hey, immigration laws aren't being enforced, Like, hey, let's fucking do something about this. And then they're like, well, Donald Trump's a felon. And I'm like, y'all basically went after Donald Trump for paying a mistress off. Wow, okay, cool, you got it. And then I turn right around. I'm like, well, these fuckers are just coming across, destroying all my friends and family's ranches willy-nilly, and no one gives a shit. And then I go, oh, I'm a small business owner myself. If I took major hits like some of these companies are taking because of doing like thievery and just mass stealing, because they are stealing deodorant, they're stealing all sorts of shit, like in mass, and then nobody's enforcing this. Yeah, I have a problem, but then they're turning right around and going, oh, well, we're going to enforce these laws, and I have a problem with it. That's what the order is it's the unequal enforcement. We need equal enforcement. If we're going to have laws, we got to have this shit that's like equally enforced, not what's convenient politically. Like for example, I bring up the immigration thing again, but like, why would conservatives trust that Biden is going to come in here and do anything with this new bill that they pushed that was the bipartisan bill, which is terrible? But why would they trust that anything's going to change when we already have laws in the books that they're not already enforcing? Like that's a big problem with conservatives. It's like there's no order. Like that's what we're talking about, at least down here. I don't know about this bullshit about high trust because I don't listen. Here in Texas, our whole thing is individual liberty. Like, listen, it's none of my business what you're doing. You want to go smoke meth and like jump on top of your horse and ride around on your property? Do your thing. None of my business.
Yeah,
I don't need to trust you.
Social liberalism. That's not conservatism.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
It's called individual liberty. It's individual liberty. Listen, I know that you're confused about conservatism because you're sitting here literally talking about Ayn Rand communes not too long ago last time. That's fucking bullshit. That's communism disguised as libertarianism.
No, you don't.
I do understand it. Listen, I'm
where do you start with that one, Scott?
Hold on, I got my undergrad poli sci from the presidential library. I'm in history and political like 3 students of political theory. I'm very well versed. You're not gonna sit here and out fucking nut me on how educated you are, like on these fucking bullshit. You're just wrong, and you're gonna sit here and try to dress it up with fancy words and pretend you're not a communist.
What am I wrong on?
Like it's okay.
Okay,
So, stop being gay gish gallop and just tell me
It's not
what
gay
I'm
gish
wrong
gallop.
on.
You're a communist libertarian. It's clear. It's all right.
Okay, let me go to
The two are antithetical. That's just retarded.
Let me go to
Ayn Rand's a communist libertarian.
Back up your statements or retract them. Just back up
I
your
don't have
statements
to.
or retract
I don't have to. Ayn Rand talks a lot about communism.
Let 'em have
And
it
she's a
out.
communist. Yeah, it's clear. It's clear what they're talking
Ayn
about.
Rand.
Ayn Rand, the communist.
And she doesn't even.
Yes.
You know what? She doesn't even get her. She doesn't even get her name
communist.
She doesn't even get her name said
I think
correctly.
you've dug
She's a
your hole
communist.
enough.
She is.
I
She's
think
even
you've
talking
dug your
about
hole enough.
communists.
Ayn Rand, the
Communist
communist.
shit. Yeah.
yeah,
Where does the
yeah,
word
yeah.
communism come from?
Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand. Okay,
She's gonna get her name said properly because she's not worthy of consideration. That's how bad a political theorist she was.
Let's go to our friend.
It's all for idealists and idiots.
Buckaroo.
Okay, so the first thing, to the question about order, when conservatives talk about order, I always saw it as more like, order from the people. You have all of the law in place, and then you also have order from the people so that, everybody's got this agreed upon way of living. You go outside, you know exactly what to expect because everybody's following the same rules. Everybody has the same values. Everybody, they participate in the same tradition. And because of that, there's a lot more predictability in your day-to-day life. You don't have to worry as much about locking your bike because that if you leave your bike here, it's not going to be stolen because everybody in this community is following the same rules and has the same values. When it comes to being a part of a community with people who have different values, I feel like at least within our current system, one of the biggest issues that I see is both sides using like really inflammatory language to explain how they feel. They're using like, it's a genocide. I can't believe they killed Peanut. They're going above and beyond to talk to their own people to unify a movement.
All right.
No. I'm not saying it's violent. I'm saying
the killing
it's like
of Peanut was violent.
But I'm saying it's like dramatic. It's inflammatory. It's language that you'd use to like unify a movement. But it's not language you would use to communicate to the other side. It's something that you'd basically only use to talk to your side and be like, this is what we stand for. This is what we're fighting for, a rallying cry.
Let's go.
So I have a genuine question, Buckaroo, right? you recognize, at least in part, that there's some value to the stability that is maintained through a community that has a shared general sense of values, right? Like they don't have to have the exact same values, but at least shared values about how the community ought police itself socially, right? How is one supposed to have that and not have ire and not turn towards, democracy towards an other, when a community becomes, where a community breaks down in that degree, not due to violent rhetoric, not due to these reactions to the system, but simply people come in from countries and where they have different values, different communities, and where they often have difficulty communicating because there is a literal language barrier. How am I supposed to develop within a community of like Dunbar's number, right? Where like I kind of know 200, 250 people that live around me. I know their names. I know their kids. I know where their kids go to school. I know them to some intimate level, and we could participate in the community. When you have rampant immigration, or you have these other things that are forcibly bringing in to communities all across America, individuals that aren't evil, right? Aren't like inherently bad or anything. They just simply don't speak our language and don't share our values because they're from a different country, and it takes generations for them to assimilate to our culture. How are we supposed to maintain that high society and those? And wouldn't the rhetoric of the right simply be a natural reaction because there is that value, that thing that has been robbed from them by the government? Like, what is the solution there?
I think in some ways the right, it can come across like a lot of people on the right are even unwilling to try to find ways that they might bridge the gap with other people because they're so scared of all the things that they might be losing. And while I understand that that can be stressful, especially if you're, in a community that maybe, 20 years ago looked completely different, had completely different classes. We also just have like technology moving at quite a rapid, pace. I think I completely lost track of the exact sentence that I was going to say, but I think it's understandable that people might feel stressed, but that's why there can be a unifying culture that's a part of just being the nationality of American. That I think.
But that doesn't solve anything, though, right? Like that's just saying the right wing shouldn't fear all of the changes in the community. Like they can't speak to them. They don't even like for many of these individuals, they don't even speak the literal same language. Like, are you saying that all right wingers should go and get Duolingo and learn Spanish and just get over it? Like, what is the actual solution for cohesive communities that have been broken apart by so much immigration that many members of the community literally can't even speak to each other, much less share the same values and have a cohesive community?
At least when it comes to the language issue, I personally am a fan of the idea of, streamlining the process of immigration and including much more robust, like, education opportunities for people who are trying to immigrate to America, and, having much more accessible, English language classes, for example, which can be offered by the state in some places, depending if, where you look, if it's available in your city.
Would you mandate it? Would you mandate that they learn English if they're going to come to a country? Okay, so you would agree with conservatives that a massive problem is that you have people that aren't learning the language?
No, I don't think that's a massive problem, but I think if you're going to try to bridge the gap in some way and find ways to streamline the process of immigration,
how is it not a massive problem if we can't speak to each other? How is that not a massive problem? Like, step one, we have to speak to each other. So like that, if it's step one and it needs to be mandatory, how is that not a massive problem? It sounds like you're just downplaying it in terms of being like immigration's good. Like, sure, if you like immigration, I understand that, right? Like I'm very sympathetic towards individuals that think, you know, if people want economic opportunities, they ought to be able to come and get those economic opportunities. That's far more free market solution than simply like closing down the borders. But if they literally can't fucking speak to the people in the community, how can you have a cohesive community? You recognize that that's a problem, but for some reason you code it in this language of saying it's not a massive problem. But you would also say that it should be mandatory. I think that would be a huge change to our immigration system if we force them to learn English.
Well, like personally, I work around people, or at least until a couple days ago, I worked around people who didn't speak English. Like over half of the people that I worked with did not speak English at all. They could maybe say 2 words, and still we managed to close out the restaurant every single night that we work together perfectly fine. There are ways that you can communicate with people that I think is, like I said, I think there are some ways that conservatives sometimes seem like they're not even willing to try to bridge the gap, to even try to communicate with these people who, you know, even if they can't speak fluent English, like nobody wants to move into a community where they can't communicate with their neighbors. Nobody likes that feeling of alienation if everybody around them speaks a different language. I mean, at the end of the day,
but
I think
that isn't borne out, I don't think, right? Like you see plenty of individuals that refuse to learn English, right? That stay insular within their own community and form small pockets of homogeneous communities within communities as opposed to assimilating into the community. And one of the biggest things you need to create a monoculture, right, to assimilate people into this concept of being an American is that we all have to be able to communicate effectively. Now, I understand at your job, let's say you're working in a kitchen, as you stated, you know, I know like there's a lot of amazing Guatemalans that I've worked with in kitchens and that are awesome workers. And you kind of have to learn Spanglish in order to get things done. Right? Like it's, you know, like you don't know Spanish, but you know Papa Aquí because they made the potato spud thing to go. And you're like, and you know, you work it out, but there is a hierarchical structure there, right? You're there for employment. There's a boss. Everyone depends upon a paycheck. This is a situation where people are forced to interact with each other in order for them to survive, in order for them to get a paycheck. And so that language barrier is a problem, but you find ways around it because you're forced to be together. This isn't the same in a neighborhood. This isn't this, like people self-regulate and self-isolate, and you get communities that have opposing ideals and values. And the biggest problem is they don't communicate. I will give you that conservatives are angry and scared and often don't, you know, put that step forward to communicate in a lot of ways. I mean, being a conservative basically means you're likely to have low openness trait in psychology, et cetera. But I mean, but we got to agree that we need to communicate. And if we don't speak the same language, that's hard, right? So come on to our side, right? Come on to the conservative side and mandate that immigrants speak English or take English tests, I want to move on especially for citizenship.
Ali and Corey, we're going to come back to this because I got a lot to say on this. This is wild. But first, our friend. No, this is all normal things people are saying, right? Yeah, a normal, calm things, massive change to the immigration system.
I mean,
that'd be disastrous in all ways.
You find it funny that the libertarian wants to regulate what other people speak? I mean, sounds like communism and socialism to me. Hey, just saying, hey, he doesn't believe in individual liberty. Hey, you can't speak your own language.
Great point.
I'm just saying, that's why I told you.
It's not a great point if you understand. Yeah, I would also want to abolish the Civil Rights Act so that we can have the freedom to discriminate against people. And then we could actually create our own monoculture communities. But barring that, you know what I mean? Like, we're going to have to do something if we want people to not be at each other's throats.
Let's go to so many thoughts. All right, Ali and Corey. And then I also want to hear Doobie's thoughts on this. I think I already know where Doobie's thoughts are on this, but I still want to hear it. But Ali, Corey, Doobie.
So to the order point, I agree with what Lactoid was saying. That is what Americans or Republicans or conservatives are looking for, is this 1950s style of like trust. Nowadays, you only see that in like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, right? If you leave your phone out in Dubai, you can walk away from it, go do shopping, come back, your phone's still going to be there. No one's going to steal it. That's the kind of order Lactoid is looking for.
And Singapore.
Yeah, and Singapore.
But in
Well,
all of
also,
those
don't cut
cases,
off your hand
because
if you steal it,
it's-
though.
it's-
Yeah, what it
because
always
the
looks
punishments are
like-
fucking draconic.
What that
people
always
know that
looks
they
like-
might have a miss a hand if they steal a phone.
So, but what that always looks like is those Twitter posts where you see like a video from like 1950s New York Christmas. What do you notice? Right? And it's just all white people. You notice less immigrants, right? You notice less black people, less Arabs, less Chinese, less Mexicans,
That's what you
whatever it
notice
may be.
because you're a racist.
No, that's
not
what
other people are looking for.
No, what I notice is there
is we all know what the point of the post
well,
is.
no. I disagree. I know those posts you're talking about, and the biggest thing I notice is that people are looking at each other in the eye and they're having conversations. That's the biggest thing I notice in those old videos.
Yeah, not the homogeny. Anyways, so the problem is that what happens is it's like they look to homogeny, they look to like China and Japan, and look at these neighborhoods and look at these communities. All these people look alike, all these people speak alike, they think the same, blah blah blah. But that's not what America is. America was never a group of people that all spoke the same language. It was a bunch of immigrants that came in, and we hated the immigrants that came in every single time. These fucking people, we don't want to learn the language. It started with the Italians and the Irish, and then trickled down into various other. We started with the whites, and then we trickled down. But
how did that happen? How did the Irish go from no Irish need apply to having these racist institutions that dislike them?
Well, they had
into
kids,
becoming a part of the white
they had
culture.
kids, and their kids were recognized as Americans because they spoke the English, but they also had the cultural aspect of still being Irish, which is what happened. You get one generation of people that don't speak the language, and the second generation comes in. Immediately comes in. My parents came here, didn't speak English.
It's usually
I'm
third
here,
generation,
American.
that before they assimilate. Right, they assimilated. That's what happens. Is that
no?
when
They
you
had
have
kids here. My parents didn't assimilate too well. They had a community of Arabs. They had Dearborn, which was a community of Arabs that people were racist towards.
Two things
because they didn't speak the language. They didn't learn it so immediately.
You're engaging in historical revisionism. Right. So, yes, there was pushback
A lot of that going around
that doesn't exist in large part in our current culture, which is part of the problem. Everyone agreed in the 1930s and the 1920s, right, when the Know Nothing Party came about, that you needed to police and gatekeep people coming in over Ellis Island, and that these people shouldn't be here unless they are a positive to the community and they work really fucking hard. And that's why over 70% of people that came over Ellis Island went back to Europe. They didn't stay here because it was too hard for them. And then the people that did stay here assimilated into the culture. And when there was no longer waves of immigration from people that had different values, but instead an assimilation into our culture, they became, as so many critical race theorists would say it, part of the dominant white culture, despite them no longer being part of that. They assimilated into our culture because we didn't give them welfare, we didn't give them housing, we didn't give them economic incentives to stay here, we didn't bust them to fucking swing states so that in 6 years they could vote Democrat, and we didn't fucking just accept them with open arms and call anyone that dismissed them racist. We understood that we had a culture, that we had values, and that if you're gonna be here, you're gonna have to fight to be here. So to say that like America was just this place of immigrants and we didn't all speak the same language and try and kumbaya the history whilst also going over the racist as
people
always
came here,
being
didn't speak
there.
the language and had to have kids. You had to become an American. You don't become an American outside of America. You may try to learn English, but not everyone's going to learn English perfectly before they come here.
Well, of course, but you can't communicate if you don't know
about entire
English.
communities being brought here, then we're talking about like refugees and shit, which they didn't migrate here of choice. So like there's a completely different issue with that. Right? You have
a lot of them did, just to be clear.
Who's coming across the southern border that couldn't have fucking gone to Mexico? Get the fuck out of here. That they didn't come here by choice. They came here by choice. Okay, they may have left their home country because of horrible exigent circumstances, but they certainly didn't
that's not coming here by choice.
Continue to go through multiple countries where they could have stayed. They
came
by choice to America.
Wait. They didn't choose to leave where they wanted to because they just didn't want to live there. And they just wanted to live in America. You guys have
I just said that. But
what?
they came to America by choice.
Yeah.
They all walked through Mexico, where everyone speaks Spanish and they're speaking
we're gonna
Spanish.
do the semantic thing.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
Are we gonna do the? They made the choice to come here.
No,
like,
hold on, Ali. This is not semantics.
No,
He's simply
it's not
saying
semantics
they could
when
have
you say they
stopped
didn't
in
come here by
Mexico.
that they
choice.
fly over here
And
from
that
the
the
Middle
refu-
East.
that the poor
What about the
refugees
refugees that they
have
fly
to be
over here
here?
from the Middle East? There are other refugees, right? There are other groups of people that are brought here by the government itself, and then we have the citizens complaining.
Okay, with the exception of Dearborn, Michigan, there's not a significant Muslim population that's coming into any community in America.
It doesn't have to be Muslim.
Right?
It can
The
be
reason-
it can be
the
a
reason
different kind of people,
we're
and you don't want to learn the
overwhelmingly
language.
talking-
However, these people are going to come in.
When we're talking about you're trying to use the fact that there are Syrian refugees that are a drop in the fucking bucket.
Afghani
Or
refugees.
other
I said Middle Eastern. They
Eastern.
didn't have to be
Sure.
Muslim.
Put the whole Middle Eastern,
Combine
right?
them all.
Is a drop in the
No, the same
fucking
to you. I
bucket
see,
compared
yeah.
to the South Americans that are coming across the southern border. Right? Like, these are not the same thing. And to try and use one to cover over and play games with what the actual issue is that we're talking about is disingenuous and bad faith, and you know it.
Well, no, the disingenuous and bad faith thing would be thinking that everyone's coming over here not learning English, as if they're not trying to learn English, as if people don't understand that you need to speak English to live here and operate here. People are coming here and trying, but for the most part, when you have foreigners that are trying to speak English, you have a bunch of asshole Americans that are like, learn the fucking language. That's not how you fucking talk. It's so annoying dealing with these people. Who talks like listen, that? Who talks like that? I've seen. I moved to Massachusetts. I see white people dealing with. I work in a place where it's all different.
I agree.
Types of
It is the
foreigners.
Dims that are the
It's
racists.
frustrating for me to deal with people who don't speak English, and I'm an Arab who lived with Arabs who don't
To be
speak
fair,
English.
it's not just white people. I'll say on that one, right? You're forgiven, white people.
Americans. It's Americans. It's frustrating, but most of the time, Americans don't give them the chance to learn. We don't try to assimilate and learn to.
come
we
on.
should be. We should
learn the fucking language.
No,
some
I
Karen
wait.
at your local subway
ridiculous.
telling you to learn the fucking language is not stopping you from learning the
but no
language.
Americans are bilingual
That's
at all.
such a
It's
bullshit
fucking
statement.
ridiculous.
It's our country,
you're
isn't
being
it?
fucking ridiculous by saying that
our-
a Karen
our
telling
country.
someone
Look,
to
By
learn the language
definition,
is
not-
magically
he
stopping
just
them
said
from learning the
foreigners
language.
compared to literally it's our country. Like he said, the fact that like foreigners are expected to learn. Yes,
Our country.
you define
beneficial
them
for Americans to also be bilingual. It's just better
I use Duolingo, like Scott suggested. I use Duolingo for Spanish. Okay, I agree.
What a hero.
I think that we should all learn. It'd be fantastic. Kumbaya. We all learn every language.
No,
It'd be
it's
like
not a kumbaya.
John Lennon's
Imagine.
Imagine. It'd be
Just if you're
fantastic.
going to learn with Spanish-speaking people.
No,
if you're gonna
but
live
here's
with
the thing.
Spanish-speaking people, learn some fucking Spanish.
Well, no. Hold on.
True.
Just to be clear,
And
well,
there it comes.
I'm trying to learn
some fucking
Spanish.
Spanish. We are bringing in.
They're
We're going to
learning
sign
English.
a border
Learn some
bill
fucking
that
Spanish.
codifies 8 million immigrants
let me
per
ask you-
presidency coming in,
I wanna-
and you better learn the fucking
Brother, there are
language.
American
Well done.
citizens who
push
speak
I wanna-
Spanish too. You understand this, right?
Let me just quickly say something. So I am trying to learn Spanish, but again, I think Scott called it a little bit as to what the next step is in this logic tree, right? When my mom came here, she didn't demand that everyone learn Swedish. She learned English, and now she's fluent.
They'll learn
let's go
English
to-
and they'll
so,
become.
why
don't you speak Swedish? What if she expected you to learn Swedish? Why didn't you do it?
If
Come
there
on.
was enough Swedish people in my neighborhood, I would. I moved to a Puerto Rican neighborhood. I'm learning Spanish.
What if a bunch of Swedish
Then I
people move into
guarantee
your
you-
neighborhood and then start demanding that you learn
That's
Swedish?
fine. That means my neighborhood. That means my neighborhood either had enough vacancy for enough Swedes to move in and change the dynamic and the culture of the neighborhood.
What if they were moved in by the
I
government?
fucking move. There's only two choices. I learn the language or I dip. You guys, are you serious?
That is interesting. That's interesting. Boy,
Learn the language or dip, so
We're gonna-
you realize
we're
that
gonna
there's
go
a
to
value
Corey.
to
We're gonna
homogenous
maybe we'll
cultures
get,
that self-police and discriminate.
And there's also
Yeah,
value
America's
to people
one.
reaching over and
Cool,
learning and making a homogenous culture, not forcing them into your homogenous culture.
Boy, just start talking.
Let's go to our friend.
We were at the lunch table first.
Oh boy!
Hey, but there's more and more of them coming to the lunch
Okay,
table now.
wait. Let me wait. Quiet. Okay, I'm gonna have to say, I feel right at home as a Quebecer, where you should take a page out of the Quebec playbook with French and English side by side, and there's obviously tension there. We have a language police. Okay, made that clear. I'm curious how Scott feels about that, where we invest millions of dollars to have an actual language police of they go into the restaurants again and they look at the menu saying,
Lactoid.
yeah,
How do we feel?
Your English words are bigger than the French words. We got to fine you for that. That sounds like socialism. to
Seems
me.
excessive.
Scott's a big fan, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe also take a page out of the Canadian playbook, and maybe we have 2 official languages where we have English and French. Maybe that could be expanded. Like obviously there's some sort of middle ground. I don't know. It has to be like it has to be French or English and nothing else. Like there should be some sort of compromise.
Compromise?
Yeah, I know it's a wild concept.
Why the fuck would you compromise on that? Like, if you want to come here, you ought to face discrimination. Discrimination is good. Discrimination maintains healthy, stable societies. And to say that it doesn't is just leftist cope. Like, you need discrimination in order to have values. If you have values without discrimination, then you don't have values. You just have personal beliefs that you don't put into action into the world. You need discrimination. And if you're going to have millions of fucking immigrants come in and have a quick pathway to citizenship, at the very least, add a fucking literacy test that says that they can speak, read, and write at like a 6th grade level in the language that everybody already speaks, so that you can have at least some minimal ability to communicate, so that those bridges of, attempting to have a homogenous culture to some degree that is an American identity, and attempting to be able to have a stable society where people are able to communicate, able to know each other, etc.
Isn't that a citizenship test? Is that not part of it at all?
No, you get the citizenship test in Spanish, and you can take the whole test in Spanish, and all you need to know is like 3rd grade social studies. Like, here's what the flag is. How many parts of government are there? And it's simple as fuck. To be fair, yes, sociology. Yes. Agreed.
Well, I interjected just because it's so, like I said, I feel right at home with all this language, whatever tension in the air. Super interesting. But I do also want to potentially at least attempt to answer Scott's original prompt of like order, what he asked. So I will actually partially agree with Gibbs. I don't think it's a high trust issue. At least it's hard for me to reconcile how conservatives who are like, they got to have their guns and you want to cultivate a high trust society.
It's dumb.
I think
I have an answer to that, but go ahead. I got to get a chance to answer that. But
sure. But I've been waiting my turn. But the way I view it, and I could be wrong, but if there's this aspect of order and that's what conservatives want, then I personally would like contrast it with, let's say, disorder. And I'm going to, bring in psychology in terms of like from on average, conservatives I think score higher on conscientiousness overall on average. And that's because I think largely they are generally not good with uncertainty. That's why they tend to cling to religion. That's why you tend to, on average, find less conservative scientists, because it's easier to, have a bad answer in religion, to have as opposed to the uncertainty with like science and not having all the answers. They want something
uncertain. Get out of here.
No, they absolutely want something. No. Let me talk. Let me talk. We can go into the evidence. Okay. So are you saying that there's absolutely no association between uncertainty and conservatives not being good with uncertainty as compared to liberals?
You said that was linked to personality trait conscientiousness. I'm saying that's false.
As an offshoot, in terms of like order, on let's say discipline and rules, okay, and law and order, is that not associated at all with that?
But that's not the same thing as saying that this is why they're not scientists, because they need certainty. That's an insane thing to say.
I said it's associated.
And work ethic are a part of conscientiousness, which are things you need in spades if you're going to be at a PhD level in any field of STEM, right? There's overlap in the sense that conservatives tend to have multiple domains in those areas, right? They tend to also lack openness, right?
Yes, they score lower, and that also overlap with science as well.
But that's not what personality trait consciousness is. It was just you.
No, I said it's an offshoot. I believe I might have misspoken, but I said it's an offshoot, or it's related to that. Okay, as in I know it's not part of the big five. Okay, but I'm sure even you know that the conscientious can be teased out into also different dimensions. Or do you not recognize that?
Yeah, I just said industriousness. Okay. One of the dimensions.
Okay. Yeah. So that's all I wanted to establish. Okay, calm down.
This new, more aggressive Corey. Let's more of this. This is amazing and beautiful. Corey, do you have anything else? And then we'll move on to Doobie.
Absolutely. Where generally speaking, on average, okay, conservatives want something, society that is predictable. Okay, that's why I bring up uncertainty. They are not generally comfortable with things being unpredictable. That's why, when they see unfamiliar faces in the street, and they have like children in the neighborhood they don't recognize, it's like, yeah, that is discomforting to them. And as let's say, if I don't know if it's actually true, I don't have the numbers to back it up on the Halloween thing, but I can say here, at least from what I hear in my community in Canada, there's all-time high with trick-or-treating, but I think that has to do with just like also climate change. It was like 30 degrees Celsius here, as opposed to generally it was supposed to be like 10 degrees Celsius.
Thank God for global warming.
Let's go to our friend. You want
I want to respond to something that was. I wanted to respond to a few things. Well, I just want to say with the gun thing. First of all, the Halloween candy. I am uncomfortable with all those new kids. But the other thing when it comes to the guns, you're saying like, oh, why are we carrying around guns in a high trust society? Well, back when we had a high trust society, there was no issues with the guns, right? I mean, you would bring guns to school. So in the 50s, you can find these photos right now. You can find these photos on the internet right now, Gibbs. You used to bring
school, but you still didn't trust the government.
You could. Yes, okay. You should never trust the government, but I'm saying that you could trust your community. You could trust your community, and so it's not cool. Stop. When you got a bunch of people all showing up to school with their rifles, and everyone's doing gym like rifle practice, and everybody's shooting, like that was common. This was like the common thing.
You're not going to take your gun to school when everybody else is going to shoot you. No trust. It's clear. It's easy. But
no, it's because everyone trusted each other with guns.
I guess I was after Corey. I wanted to touch on something anyway here. I know that Lactoid and Fabian are pretending to be conservatives today. That now they're socialists and everything, and pushing all these regulations. But
you're the most hawkish on immigration of all of us.
Well, that's true. But I'm also not pretending to be a libertarian, either. So here's the thing.
Well, right now you are.
Well, here's the thing. Conservatism is, much less libertarianism.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's real clear. To me, I do think y'all touched on one thing that was accurate, and that is the, dismissive. I can't tell you how many panels I've come on, and, this even happened last week, and we were talking economics, which I think is something I'm pretty good at. I'm pretty successful as a businessman, and I was sitting here trying to explain how something works, and I got dismissed as insane. Or didn't know anything about this. And this has happened on multiple panels, not here, just here, but all the time when I go on these things. I'll get dismissed out of hand talking about something that I literally watched in the news. They're like, that didn't happen. And I'm like, I have the KSAT 12 story right here that we can pull up that I watched 10 minutes ago. Right. And it's all the time dismissed. And I think that is something because I don't know if it's that the left controls the media. Maybe they do. I don't really. I think Fox is the biggest one. I'm not buying that mainstream media is all left, but it does seem
NBC's dwarfs Fox.
Sure.
NBC's ratings Fox.
But regardless, it does seem like they control the culture, right? And at least at some level. And I see this where if you have something that seems just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it is. I'll use the Trump thing when he talked about the transgender surgeries for illegal aliens. Sounded crazy as fuck. But then whenever you look into it, it's actually 100% true. And it's well, you bring these things up and it's just you're dismissed or your concerns don't matter. And it feels extremely elitist. And I think that's a problem with it because now the left has always said they were the champions of the poor, but now it seems like they're the champions of the rich and they're real out of touch with the average person. It's that's crazy to me, because it feels very elitist. We're smarter than you.
Jonathan Haidt did a study quite a few years back, where they gave conservative people that identified as conservative, people that identified as liberal, and people that identified as centrist or independent, and asked them to gauge on moral issues where the other categories, how the other categories would respond, right? Do I care about poor people? How do you think a liberal will respond? How do you think conservative will respond? And what you found was that conservatives were fairly accurate, and that independents were a little bit less accurate, and that liberals were grossly inaccurate on how conservatives would rate themselves or how they felt about themselves. And so I don't know that it's they control the media so much as that it is a lot easier for the left to comfortably sit in an echo chamber than it is for the right, because of the amount of culture that is forced upon the individuals through dominant institutions, right? The right wing can be in an echo chamber, but in order to be in an echo chamber, they can't watch cable television. they can't go on Facebook, they can't go on YouTube because the YouTube algorithms will suggest left-wing content to them. We've seen studies that show this over and over again, where the actual rabbit hole and radicalization that occurs on YouTube is where YouTube intentionally tries to push left-wing content on people that it finds are delving too much into right-wing content and doesn't do that in the opposite direction. And so it's very easy to comfortably just hang out with people like you and cultivate and your social media and watch TV and watch news and never actually be exposed to right-wing talking points or ideas unless it's a critical lens that is controlled from a left-wing perspective, and the same isn't true on the other side. So it makes the left the left is kind of at a loss for what the right thinks and believes, because most of them are in an echo chamber that does exist on the right, but is less is less so on the right.
Lactoid. Wait, just real quick. Kids have always, since the beginning of Halloween time and Christmas time for that matter, gone to better neighborhoods to get better candy.
It's more now.
No, it's not. It's the same amount. It's the same amount. The kids have always the troves of people. You would.
I have seen
and
the
go
change.
to better neighborhoods.
You're wrong.
With better candy.
No. I know this has happened, but I'm telling you,
forever.
Like the ratio has been skewed off the fucking charts. I don't recognize any of the kids anymore. Like, and I know, like, before you used to be like,
how you don't recognize any of the kids.
Can we compromise here and just say that sociologic is right, but also Lactoid, I think you're also correct that this has occurred to a higher degree. But can we also say, Lactoid,
it sounds like more opportunity for more women. That sounds like Lactoid.
Yeah,
man.
Maybe Lactoid.
And we know they're
just
fertile
gotten richer and moved to nicer neighborhoods.
First of all, wait. First of all, that's fucking weird. Was just like, no. You're gonna hit on some like fucking like mom dressed up as a bad witch when she's got her kids right there. It's weird.
Looking good.
No, not in front of her fucking kids.
You
Absolutely not.
You just give
usually, and by the way, it's usually like one mom or like one like woman, and there's like
you take small
50
talk.
kids with her,
Captain, no risk.
and then they raid.
God forbid.
Come on, bro. Like, God forbid you leave the fucking bowl out with like the candy in it, and you don't supervise it. God forbid it's going to be gone. It's going to be gone.
That's an American issue in general.
They're going to take all my fucking candy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, the candy bandits.
Okay.
They didn't exist as to the same extent they did before. Crime. We got to lock up our deodorant. We got to lock up our candy. You're laughing, but like, here's the thing. The reality is, like, some fucking foreign policy issue has like much less effect on the common person's life than this does. Than like this silly candy and this silly Halloween. Like, this is like the shit that we live for. This is the shit we live for. This actually has an effect on our lives. This is like what we live. And this is what people notice. And I have conversations with people, and all of them notice the same shit too. I guess they're all crazy. I guess everyone's wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. So I really want to address all of this, but like I got to be a moderator and get other people win, because I got a lot to fucking say.
They're taking deodorant. They're taking the candy.
And
the squirrels. They're killing the squirrels.
Pretending like it's the right that doesn't reach out and try and understand what other people are thinking. And when the right tries to speak, they all laugh at it and refuse to engage with it seriously. And look at the values of it.
They're taking the deodorant.
They're killing the squirrels. They're taking the deodorant and they're taking the candy. Okay.
No. Finish it. There's more to it.
And they're taking our women. I'm kidding.
Hide your wife.
Go ahead.
I thought you were gonna go cats and dogs, but okay, all right.
No.
All right. But anyway,
I only speak truth, Prime. Okay, as has been well established.
Okay. All right, Fred. Thank you so much. All right, I've been wanting to hear from our friend Doobie. But then we'll see our friend Gambit here. I'm really excited to have as well. All right, Doobie, please. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I think that actually, can I answer a question really quickly? Lactoid, are you in favor of a national language for the United States?
Oh boy, I struggle with it. I don't like what
Yes or
Corey
no,
describes?
bitch.
Yeah, yes
I
or
don't
no?
know, yes or no.
Let's hear
I don't
socialist.
like what Corey describes with the fucking language police, but at the same time, we kind of all have to understand each other to have a
Yes
society,
or
right?
no, bitch.
Ah, language
Yes.
police.
Make a
Oh my
requirement
God.
for them to come in
Authoritarian
as
socialism.
as an immigrant that sounds like a yes, right? There was some kind of language they were.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I say. I think that if you can't speak English, no civil rights act should apply to you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well,
The problem will fix itself.
Here's my whole issue with that. Right? So, like, there are obviously places in this country where people speak English, quote unquote, some type of English, where you couldn't understand what the fuck they're saying, even if you're a native English speaker. You go to the Appalachian Mountains, they have a crazy fucking accent. You go to some places in the South, go to the fucking Louisiana, you find people speaking Cajun, no idea what the fuck they're saying. There are accents all over this country like this.
Cajun isn't English, to be
hold
fair.
Hold on.
Like, that's a mixture of languages.
I understand, right? But you can also say that things like what's it called now? AAVE, whatever. That's another dialect, right? That where there are a lot of like new words in that language, that way of speaking, that aren't really used in by other English speakers. Right? It's a different way of communicating. That doesn't mean that they're not speaking English, and that doesn't mean that they can't communicate with people who speak proper English, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, because they speak the same fucking language. This is a silly point.
Imagine
really.
embracing individual liberty.
A different dialect is not a different language. That's why there's a different name for it.
Well, I do have.
We could go to that. Go ahead, Buckaroo.
American Sign Language is actually a different language. It's got a completely different grammar. It's got different syntax, but it is an American language. It only is used in America. Like Canadian Sign Language is different from British Sign Language, which is different from American Sign Language. That's another language that born and raised American citizens do communicate with.
Yeah, but they're deaf.
Yeah,
I mean,
hold on,
whatever.
one second. So,
but it is a completely different
what's
language.
your point?
I'd just like to know.
Let's get
Well, I'm
to
just
the-
curious, like, what is your point?
It's another language that's native to America that's communicated like by Americans, and
So
I think
people
if
should
you're
be
going
learning to
for a
speak sign
national
language.
language, then we should be learning both English and sign language at minimum if you're going to have a national language.
in fact,
because
you might
those are
even say
two.
that's the only born and raised American language. Okay.
Yeah, it was actually made
Really?
in America
so-
for Americans.
I mean, So, like, if you're talking about ASL,
Oh, God.
like, yeah, there are differences in ASL. The spelling is the same for the same alphabets. And
ASL
there are
ASL
and
is
ASL has
like a
been
completely
moving-
different grammar. It's considered a completely different language because it doesn't have the same grammar. It doesn't have the same syntax. You don't communicate the same in ASL that you do in English. Like even if you're taking classes in ASL, they have you
Mhm.
write sentences out the way
Yeah.
you sign them
That's
because
why when they
there's
text
a
you-
completely different. Yes, there's a
Yeah.
completely different.
When someone speaks
structure
ASL when they text
to
you,
how
they text you in a
communicate.
different.
Yeah, I feel like you
Yeah,
guys
no,
got
no,
stuck
I'm-
on-
I mean,
feel like you
I'm
guys got
aware of
stuck on the
that,
wrong
like,
point.
when-
Hey, let Doobie finish his point, please.
I feel like you guys got stuck on the wrong point. Okay, so the point that I'm making is that there are ways of speaking, ways of communicating in this country that where, if I were to go there as someone who speaks like with a general American accent, one of these great ones, like all of us here have pretty general American accents, pretty simple. If there are like accent differences, I wouldn't be able to communicate with them really. It would be more difficult for me to communicate with some of these people because I wouldn't be able to understand them even if they are speaking English, right? But there are also places in this country where people who have been Americans their entire lives, places like Koreatown, places like Chinatown, places like fucking Glendale, all these fucking Armenians, right? Where you go there and you're gonna find people who barely speak any English, who are American as fuck, who've been here for 30, 40 years, who've raised kids here, who've been born here, who just don't speak English very often because they're in a community where they don't need to learn very much English. They're still American. And when you go to these places, you can still communicate with them because they have plenty of experience with people coming into the community speaking English, right? Because they live in an English-dominated country. So this idea that you can't have social cohesion unless they learn English specifically is fucking ridiculous. Like, of course,
Right, but you just described the breakdown of social cohesion in your own argument.
That's not a breakdown of social cohesion statement. You can go into Koreatown, find some lady selling fucking flowers and speaking nothing but Korean, and she will be able to communicate with you. She'll be able to sell you shit.
That's not social cohesion. Hold on, no. Your example was an isolated. Hold on, pause,
Doobie, he's gonna give you a 10-page definition.
Your
nobody gives a shit about.
description of social cohesion that you said is existing is an insular community that views Americans that speak English and don't speak Armenian as outsiders that come into their community.
That's not true.
That's not at all.
That is how you are describing it specifically.
They're American as fuck. They consider themselves American. They are American. They've been here for generations, and they just don't even speak English very much. Right? So when someone comes into their community, not speaking very much whatever language is dominant in that community, they know how to communicate with them.
Okay, so what you are saying, and please correct me where I am wrong, is that your concept of social cohesion and is that they consider themselves American because they've been in America long enough to consider themselves
American.
American.
What makes them not American? What makes them not American?
If they're not participating in the overarching culture and they're insular and they maintain a culture that is different from the surrounding communities so that they can isolate themselves and barely speak English, yes, there's something that is substantively less American about that.
Oh, hold on. To be clear,
wait, Doobie, what do you think makes it American?
Hold on. So you think people living in Louisiana, fucking hunting gators on the bayou because they don't interact much with proper cities folk who speak proper English because they only interact with their community. They're less American to you? Like, what do you think?
That's not what I said at all. Because
that is
those people,
It's literally what you just said.
No, those people clearly speak English. I don't know where Doobie is getting this concept.
So speaking English is the only thing that is American. Then
is speaking English
that's
what makes
not
them
what
American?
I'm saying.
They live in an insular community without like they don't live the lives of the average American. They live in an insular community and they don't communicate much with outside of their community, and people don't communicate with them. But the only like
they're a pocket of individuals in Louisiana, right? Who do have different. They obviously have a different culture. That obviously, the American as
an American culture.
Obviously, there's an overarching culture that we share similarities with, and there are obviously going to be subcultures. And when you isolate a community, your subculture is going to have more and more relevance than the overarching culture. All of these things are true, and I recognize that this doesn't make someone un-American. What makes someone un-American is when they bring a culture that did not occur in America, that was not naturally grown in America, bring those culture and values.
Language,
how is that
music?
Okay, we're talking about just Doobie. You're trying to
interrupt. Dearborn an American city?
Doobie, shut. Doobie.
Is Dearborn an American city?
Doobie. Is there an American culture? Doobie. Is there an American culture? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, hold on. I think.
Okay. So if a culture did not originate, shut the fuck up, Doobie. If a culture did not originate,
knock it off. Hold on. Doobie, expand on that American culture, and then you guys can have this conversation. Then we're gonna go to Gambit and Lactoid and Ali. At some point, I'm gonna jump in here because I got a lot to say. But go ahead, Doobie.
Okay, so yeah, I agree that there's an overarching American culture. There's like a shared set of like principles, values, etc. Democracy, the Constitution, Bill of Rights, all this sort of thing, right? That kind of makes up
individualism is a big one.
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Unless, of course, you're from South America, right? Then you don't have that cultural value.
Or you're an Amish person, right? Then you don't have that either. So I agree that exists for sure. But I also think that there's regional American subcultures that are American, 100. Like so people living in Dearborn, Michigan, Amish people living in the fucking bayou,
Jehovah's Witnesses,
Jehovah's Witnesses. All these people are 100% American. People live in Koreatown are American people, even if their culture is a little bit different. Like I wouldn't consider them to be less American.
Okay, so if a culture, let's say, originates in Taiwan, right? Let's just say Taiwan, right? And then a whole bunch of Taiwanese people come over, and they don't adopt any or very little of the overarching American culture. And the culture that they cling to, the ideas, the religion, the sense of community, the kind of like internal laws that people follow that aren't necessarily on the books, but are enforced through, being accepted by the culture, rejected by the culture, etc. And all of those traditions come over and plop up somewhere in Ohio, right? Is that an American culture simply because enough people with a culture that originated completely outside of America were here for, let's say, 30 years? Would that become an American culture?
So if they're still that way after 30 years, that would be really fucking strange. Right. So in that hypothetical,
Why would that be strange? It's the same situation that happened with the Armenians.
That's not what happens. It's actually what actually happens is they have kids. Their kids, they tend to be stuck in the middle between two worlds. You know, you're going to American schools, or English schools. You're interacting with our social media, our entertainment industry, our news, etc. And then the next generation, well,
this isn't answering the question.
It is though. Because what you said isn't what happens today. What happens is people over time assimilate. And the
you changed it to what happens.
No, you said
just answer
years.
the question.
You said after 30 years that they're still like this, and I said, well, that's not what happens right now. And you said, well, yes, it is.
So right. So you rejected the question and refused to answer the question. Answer the question.
No, what I said is that if it's true that they're still like this after 30 years, that'd be really fucking weird. I would think that there's something wrong, right? Because that's not actually how America functions.
So can you answer the question, or are you just going to circumnavigate?
Well, if you're asking if they're less American, I think they've been that way for 30 years now. I think Amish people are pretty fucking weird, right? But I still think they're American, even though they refuse to interact with most of the country.
So what is American if in terms of culture, if the culture can be anything in the entire world and doesn't have to adapt any aspects of American culture?
Are Jehovah's Witnesses
still American?
I think
you just said that you just walked you into a contradiction. No, you just said that there is an American culture, but there isn't an American culture.
No, what I told you is that there are like overarching like principles and values that we generally agree with. But like I said earlier, there are also regional subcultures that exist all over the fucking country, right? Big and small. And I think those are also American cultures, right? So like, this is why I asked you.
You're not answering. You're not. No. This is there is a contradiction that you are not resolving. You are saying that you were saying that A equals not A. Okay. Either there is an American culture or a culture that is completely not originated in America, that is not designed around American culture. Okay, and then is transplanted into America is also American by virtue of simply being on a piece of land.
Scott, are you saying that the Amish are not American?
That's not what I'm saying. You're not resolving the contradiction. Resolve the contradiction.
The Amish are extremely resistant to integrating with the rest of the United States. So like how
that doesn't make them un-American. They're not a transplant.
What you're claiming,
the Amish culture developed in America. The Quakers are not the Amish, right? The Pennsylvania Dutch, right, do maintain many aspects of their other culture, and in some ways, if you want to find like a gradient of how American you are, you would certainly say that they are less American than, let's say, a New York City resident that's in a metropolitan area that is a New Yorker through.
The Texan would say that New Yorker's not a real American.
Wait. Hold on. I wouldn't say that. Hold on. There's the thing. I'm not an elitist.
Say it because you're too retarded to understand it.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Yeah. Listen, just because I'm not even going to go there. Here's the point. You're wrong. It's real simple. We wouldn't do that here in Texas. We wouldn't say a New Yorker is less of an American. We would just say they're wrong on issues or whatever. We wouldn't say an Amish person's not American. They're less of an American. No, that's not what we would do. We're saying they're all Americans of different like ways and like cultures and different. That's the whole point. Is we're a blending, a melting pot. There is like no one thing. It's exactly what Doobie's saying. There's overarching ideas.
Can I ask Doobie?
Hold on. But if Fabian's argument was true, then the Native Americans would be the only one with an American culture here. So, like, this is a really stupid argument.
So,
all around.
Admiral Gibbs against social order and now pro multiculturalism, super conservative.
I am super conservative. You're the one who said you're trying to get language
preaching diversity, equity, inclusion.
Hold on. I'm preaching individual liberty. There's a total difference. Everybody should have a right to be able to do whatever the fuck they want on their own property. If I want to speak Spanish to somebody, cool. I don't think the government coming in. If I want to have a Spanish only menu, hey, guess what? Maybe I'm catering that audience. I should be able to do that. That's capitalism. I shouldn't have the government come in and regulate and go, you can't have a Spanish only menu. I should be able to do what I want. And if it doesn't work out, then the market decides. Now, what you are advocating for is going, hey, we need to have a Spanish thing on a test. We got to sit here and decide. No Spanish, only English. You're advocating for more regulation. That's anti-capitalist. That's anti-American. And it's socialist. You're socialist.
Okay. All right. So we're going to...
I'm going to quickly add.
And before you do that, just quickly, Sean on YouTube gave a super chat. I actually did see it before, but then I got caught up in moderating, so I can't even blame this on Corey.
Is Corey still harping on you about this?
It usually
Absolutely.
is, actually. But still, I'll take the blame for this, right? Corey, next time. But anyway, he says, at least my fun bucks are colorful. Ameri fun bucks are just green. So he's talking. He's Canadian. Gives
Canadian
10,
money is colorful.
10 Canadian dollars. Yeah, I mean, like, it's your goddamn Monopoly money. I appreciate it. I will take it.
It's not worth anything, but it's colorful.
It's not worth it. I can get half of a fast food meal with that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you, Sean, for always trying to support the community. I really appreciate that. All right, back to it. You can ask your question. And Doobie can respond. I do want to get Gambit in here though.
I just want to, for Doobie and Gibbs, let's say hypothetically, like tomorrow, 1 billion Chinese people moved to America, and they all voted in like a communist government, etc., and they all became citizens, right? Or they all became citizens, and then they all became. Can I ask you? Would the nature of America change whatsoever, or is this just still as American as it's always been?
What? Hold on. So 1 billion Chinese people come in overnight, and they vote in communist dictator or something.
Yeah, they become citizens. They make Chinese the only national language. They vote in a communist dictatorship. Is America just as American as it's always been?
No, I think at that point you could say that the American experiment is dead. I would imagine that there are massive sweeping changes to our constitution, the way that our country functions. So yeah, I wouldn't say that it'd be the same.
So my question is, like, how do you draw? Is it just the number that distinguishes them from the Amish, or is there something else?
What do you mean?
Well, because you were saying before, you were challenging Scott. You were saying, well, what about the Amish? What about this subculture? What about that subculture? Like, are they truly American? And I think that, like, there's a little bit of a question here about, like, well, you're saying that like these Chinese people aren't Americans.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So if we had 1 billion Chinese people come in, I think that the American culture would be their culture. If that's America, right? We have 3 Chinese people with Chinese culture for every single prior American. Then yeah, the culture is going to change, obviously, right? But the new overarching American culture will be their culture, and the people here before would be the regional subcultures.
Well, exactly, and I think this is part of the issue, is that it feels like a little bit that you guys are playing a little bit of a game where you're saying, well, that's by virtue of being within America, that's just American. But what I think what Scott's saying, and I kind of endorse this, is no, by American we mean a specific culture, right? That's what we're referring to. And that does not include Chinese.
You guys can't define that culture for me, Lactoid, though, because I'm gonna ask if Dearborn is
Yankee and Dixie.
Okay, so Dearborn isn't an American city.
It can be an American city, but the people there might not be American.
Most of the people speak a different language. There's Arabic writing all over the walls.
Yeah. If they don't speak English, if they don't speak English, they might not be part of the American culture. No.
So just speaking English is what makes you American.
Oh, it's not. Hold on. It could be. It's a culture is a multifaceted thing.
What if they do everything but speak English?
Well, if they do everything, I don't know. That's a difficult question. But if
Jehovah's Witnesses speak English. Yeah, they do speak English. Speak English. It's an American-born religion, but
I know what you're doing. Right. No, I know what you're doing. You're going down this line. But again, the question I'll ask you the question: if 1 billion Chinese people move in tomorrow, are they just as American as you and me?
I mean, if they keep the name America, yeah.
See, this is what I'm saying. Wait. This is my point. This is my point.
No.
They're just as American. They're just as American.
Are Jehovah's Witnesses American?
Don't.
No, you just
admitted. Here's my argument. They don't. Wait. I'll give you an answer. I'll give you an answer. For I think what maybe Scott will agree with this. Maybe he won't. My definition of American culture is there is like a set parameter behind like a wide variety of subcultures, and like anything within this bracket is American, and anything outside of it is not American. 1 billion Chinese people coming in, even though arguably this would be the new American culture.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
They're within the brackets.
Well, how? What bracket are they? They speak English. That's it.
No, because I put them there, and this is culture. We can decide who's in and who's out.
Culture.
Now,
what's
1 billion Chinese
Jehovah's
people coming in.
American.
They speak English. They believe
Besides
genuinely in the
that.
Constitution. They believe in constitutional rights.
No, they don't. They do not.
Yes, they do.
No,
Actually,
they live.
there's a reason why they become attorneys at such a high
They're
rate.
non-political. They're non-political. They don't. They're non-national either. They don't see themselves as like Americans or whatever country they come from. They're specifically to the Jehovah's Witnesses. The only thing they have in common with Americans is they speak English.
I know that they're part of a cult, but what I'm trying, how do I explain? It's so difficult. Like, if I was trying to describe any other culture, I like this, you would be so much more charitable about this. Like, if I'm trying to describe Chinese culture, can you describe to me? Okay, what is Chinese culture? Can you explain that?
Food, language, music.
I'm not sure.
That's
food, language, music. Okay. Well, hold on. So the Arabic people.
Religion.
Wait. Doobie. I want to go back and forth with all you in a second. Food, language, music. Okay. Well, you just said that the Arabic people there, they don't shed the language. They have different food and they have different music. How are they American?
Because within living in America, they're participating in capitalism. They vote. They participate in democracy. Right? That is what they're doing. And
the Chinese people just voted when they came here. The billion, remember? In the hypothetical. The billion Chinese people came here, they became citizens, and they voted. So they're Americans.
People came over in one trip, changed the whole demographic of the country, which then obviously would change the culture of the country. But how about we talk about immigration?
Yeah, a bunch of people coming into the country changing the demographics and the culture. Let's talk about that.
Didn't you just say that the amount of migrants coming in from the Middle East are insignificant to the specific culture of Mexicans?
So we gotta move on. Get your point out, and we gotta go to Gambit.
Sure. So Lactoid, I think you're running to this wild extreme, right? And it's really to like hide from. I don't know if you're hiding from. I want to say you're hiding from it. I'm going to be more charitable to you than that.
I'm just trying to make you see the point.
But I think it actually diminishes the reality of what's happening, right? So your actual position should be against the browning of America, right? Now you don't want all these brown people coming in, because if too many come in, they're going to start shifting the culture over time. You're going to have lots of kids because the white people don't have enough kids. And over time, America's going to be less white. And as the white culture is being diminished, well, they're going to replace it with the brown people culture, whether that's Mexican culture or Muslims or whatever the fuck, right? Like
or socialism,
or socialism, whatever, right?
For me, what I see.
Well, that's actually what you're like implying.
I disagree.
But to be clear, I'm not saying that you're like a racist.
You're putting words in my mouth. I disagree with this.
I'm not saying that you're a racist, but this is actually the point you're making, right? Hey,
it's not the point I'm making.
We're letting too many. The culture's going to shift, and it won't be America anymore. But I think that we need to accept the reality that American culture has changed and will continue to change. Right at the start of this country, American culture, this freedom and individualism was somehow meshed with owning slaves, right? Somehow meshed with women not being able to vote. So, like, there have obviously been massive changes to the way that we understand American culture, the American melting pot, and what e pluribus unum, or out of many one, means. So, and that's going to continue to change, and that's okay.
But what we're saying, though,
you're arguing against a ghost.
Well,
nobody's making any of the claims that you're making.
Yeah, I think the browning thing I think is bullshit.
But this is the browning thing is bullshit. You can't say there is an American culture that changes over time, and then at the same time claim that there is not an American culture when we use extreme examples and say, you're just being hyperbolic. We're showcasing the contradiction.
That's our question for you. What you said? Wait, you said language, music, and food, right?
Hold on.
Language is a big part of that. That's what we've been talking about.
Just to examine your question.
Because I gotta move, guys. We're all really excited.
I gotta fight the allegations of racism real quick.
I'll do it for you. Lactoid's not racist. Okay, he doesn't believe in the browning of America.
I'm fine with the brown people. I just don't like communism. Okay, no, I don't like communism. I'm fine with the brown people. The brown people are great. As long as when everyone here, they just gotta hate communism. Sure. You're welcome. That's what it means to be an American. Actually, that's my new definition. That's my definition.
Let's go. Let's go.
They're not real Americans. See, I'm not racist.
Isn't Hinkle part of the American Communist Party?
Okay,
that's
black people
oxymoron.
Can't speak. If you're not melanated, no more talking. All right, so let's go to Jason Gambit.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to be here. I want to start out by apologizing to Corey. I still have not gotten back to him.
Lactoid, yeah, no integrity.
But
It's been like
to
a
be
month.
very clear, I went through it and I have many rebuttals. I just haven't had time to
big
formulate it.
surprise.
No, but I will say I have not given Corey what I told him I would give him, and I owe him that for sure. So when Corey tells y'all, Yo Gambit didn't respond, he's actually telling the truth this time. But onto the topic though, I love this topic. That's why I've just been listening, because I don't know anymore what these things mean. And I think I'm in a mix of all of you all. But I think this is just like we have like some true diversity, whether it's over political topics, whether it's racially, ethnically, socially. There's all of these different axes where there seems to be less and less of a glue that is holding us together. So I think the reason y'all are having lots of conflicts is because I don't know if this single thing in the middle that makes us American even exists anymore. It used to be like general ideas of liberalism, but as the left and the right have gone further left and right, I don't even know if those are like shared common ideology. So yeah, I'm super interested to hear. I think I think we've somewhat lost it. I don't know if that's a bad thing. It feels like a bad thing, but yeah.
Okay, let's
We
go
have a
to
fractured identity. No, that's a great point. We have a fractured identity. He's right.
both of you guys are gonna blow your top off, apparently. Gibbs been waiting, and then Dibby. I do want to jump in at some point. I have so much to say, but yeah.
So I want to actually push back pretty hard with this idea that the assimilation means that you're gonna take American culture. Like I think that immigration, part of the American dream, right? What is the American dream, right? Is this idea like home ownership, a family, all these things, like the traditional American dream. I'm gonna give you the description of somebody. I have a friend. His name's Juan. We called him Juan too because there was like 3 Juans in this restaurant. He came over here illegally. He got his legal status. Over time, he bought a Porsche after like living in an apartment with like 10 people for forever. Then he moved into a bigger apartment with one other person. Now he just bought a house, and then he goes, "Oh, Gibbsy, I knocked up fat American woman. I live American dream." And so now he's having American kids. What is more American? This man bought a sports car, bought a house, found an American wife, has kids here. That is America as it gets. And then he came here legally. He came here illegally and he fixed his status. That's what we want as an American, right? We want Americans here that are working. We have these values. That's contributing. Now, y'all are going to say, oh, he's assimilating. But he's not. He's still hanging out in his like community, which is mainly, other Guatemalans. That's who he hangs out with on a day-to-day basis. Like, he's not assimilating in the other traditional sense, but he's living literally the American dream. I mean, it's just so funny that the people who are sitting here pretending to be libertarians want to advocate for, more regulations and, we want to sit here and have mono communities. It's crazy. I mean, next they're going to start arguing that segregation is a good thing. Like, I mean, that's what I'm waiting for next.
They've already done it. But Scott, hold on to that.
We did not argue that.
But
at least I didn't. I didn't argue that
again. Okay.
Yet.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah. Hold on. No. Hold on. We got to move on. You got to go to Doobie. I'm gonna jump in because I just need to get my point out. But I do want to hear what you have to say. Doobie, please.
So I think that the way you guys are talking about like liberal values and the American principle or value of like individual freedom, freedom of expression, like all these overarching like things that we apparently agree on and have agreed on forever and are gone now. Like, you really just need to like think a bit, like go back decade by decade, and you'll find Japanese internment camps where American citizens were fucking put in camps, right? Obviously, not so we didn't all agree on the value that or their individual freedom back then. You look at fucking McCarthyism.
Democrats did that.
Hold on.
McCarthy did nothing wrong. McCarthy is a hero.
Okay, that absolutely limited Americans' freedom of expression. Freedom of like,
no, he didn't at all in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, that's fine. I think you're retarded. Sure, that's fine.
I just don't think you know anything about the history of McCarthy.
That's fine. But also, you can look at fucking Jim Crow laws. Scott, you
Democrats.
That stupid comment. Wait, hold on.
Okay, can I ask you something? I agree.
They're un-American. I agree.
Hold on, Lactoid. Wait, here, really quick. Lactoid. You're literally opposed to fucking the Civil Rights Act. which is
only article I think it's like Article 2 and 4.
Well, hold on, and the values that are not just expressed but imposed by the Civil Rights Act are considered to be American values now.
No, it's forced to hold on. Is violation of freedom of association, which I think is what makes up part of the American identity, and I think that's why the Civil Rights Act is un-American.
Okay, hold on. Do you think that like, I think if we polled Americans, right, as to whether or not the ability to discriminate against your fellow Americans was anti-American or like like a pro-American value, they'd probably say it's anti-American. Right?
Wait. Let me answer this. This is exactly what I was trying to refer to when I talked about the billion Chinese people coming over and all voting in communism. Like, is American just like a popularity thing, or is it like identifying a specific culture that me and Scott are trying to hold on?
Okay, but Lactoid, you couldn't find anywhere where Yankee culture or Dixie culture is written down on a stone tablet for everybody to look at. Like,
culture is a lot of a vibe, yeah.
This is Dixie culture, and everything outside of this list of shit is not American. Like, that's not real. Right? Culture is always shifting. Right? We all understand this. So you're never gonna be able to find like a fucking flashpoint. You can look and be like, oh, this specifically, and only this is American culture. That's not.
Look, I understand you're gonna have some shifting, right? But like, there's a difference between like some teeth shifting compared to like getting the tooth ripped out of your head. We're talking about like key values being like remaining the same. And if a billion Chinese people moved in and all voted for communism, I'd be very upset. And I would say that this is not real American. This is not real Americanism. When we refer to Americana, we're talking about something very specific. And like when the Chinese refer to their thousands of years of like history, they're referring to something very specific. And I think that's all we're saying.
What are you referring to specifically?
The foundations of like the idea of what America was supposed to be when this country was founded, the idea of individualism, the idea of freedom of association, the idea of, I don't know, like a common language, right? This is like what we all did.
It was the idea of democracy and that the republic could vote as they change, they have the ability to enact changes in our government too, right? That's the founding American
assuming that we all, again, like the voting base, which by the way, the voting base was much more limited than it was, but we're talking about like that's not
a foundational idea.
Yeah, we're talking about voters that again share the same values.
Foundational ideas, like you should be on here bitching at me that removing the slaves was a violation of property rights. Like I don't understand how you're like pretending that like, oh well, we're gonna go back to the foundation, but not that foundation, not that shit, just the other foundation.
No, I don't think slavery was one of the foundational ideals of America. It was a contradiction that was put in for economic reasons.
I'm not sure about that part.
Obviously, we rebelled against the king for a reason.
Hold on. Why would you let go of that? But hold on to this.
Are you guys rejecting?
Hold on. The vote is only for white men of good standing or whatever the fuck.
No, hold on. Wait. Are you guys really? Hold on. Real quick. Are you guys really rejecting this idea that like the American experiment was fundamentally anti-tyrannical? The idea of we're going to reject monarchy. We're going to try to like build a community of people that isn't ruled by a monarch. This concept, like the foundation of you should have the freedom to speak your mind. You should have the freedom to own your property. The king shouldn't be able to send troops to stay on your land. Like these ideas, and you guys are rolling your eyes. But if a billion Chinese people moved here tomorrow and all voted that away, you'd be pissed. Wouldn't you be pissed?
No. Freedom for some, tyranny for others, right? Tyranny for most of the people actually here. No, actually, I reject this idea.
Yeah, let's let a billion Chinese people move in here and just vote everything away. Okay. Sure, you don't care.
If you went out and fucking like war, like piss on the cross, right? In early America, you'd be fucking jailed. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like so. I reject so much to say here. So I wrote it down. I got a list. Because. First of all, I reject that thoughts experiment Lactoid has. This is something that you hear from conservatives, right? Yeah. What if the entire world emptied into the continental America, huh? Well, what would you do then, Prime? Huh? Like, is that too much immigration now? Yeah, it's a ridiculous fucking idea, right? So what if a billion Chinese?
It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's a dumbass hypothetical. And we don't
hypotheticals are
designed to test
be clear.
the concept.
Yes, hypotheticals don't have to be hypotheticals don't have to be realistic. Just like if I ask somebody, "Did you eat breakfast this morning?" Yeah, you may or may not have eaten breakfast this morning.
What a hypothetical is to me. Thank you. Right, and I can.
Well, but if you knew, you wouldn't call it dumb.
Ridiculous, right? I can acknowledge it's a hypothetical. I know what a hypothetical is, so you don't have to give me the definition of a hypothetical.
What's the purpose of hypothetical?
As really dumb, right?
Why is it dumb? Why is it dumb?
Oh, yes, because and this is part of like this American supremacy idea, right? That well, of course, all the Chinese, right? 1 billion Chinese would actually move to the U.S. This is something that we have to actually deal with, huh? This might happen because it like speaks to the heart. The hypothetical is set up to speak to the heart of like the conservative fever dream about America, right? Like there's hordes of brown people and the yellow people will show up at our shores, right? And then just gonna vote in their new government. Yeah. So yes, it's gonna be literally 1 billion people in my show, and we're not gonna have a country anymore. We're not gonna have a country.
Do you think the trolley argument is real?
It's ridiculous.
Do you think the trolley problem? Do you think the trolley problem is something you're gonna have to deal with in your life?
Hey, don't get upset yet because I got a lot more to say. A lot more for you to get upset about. All right,
you're being ridiculous. Do you believe
we got an issue with this prime? We got an issue with this prime.
Don't worry. We can deal with the rest. All right, so write it down. I got much more to say.
Do you think the trolley problem is real?
I'm moving on. Mandating English is crazy. It's fucking crazy. I
authoritarian. That's the word.
Sorry, what?
That's authoritarian.
Authoritarian. Yeah, I like it. So I understand. Obviously, like it would all be easier if the world spoke one language. It'd be easier if just within our country, everyone spoke one language. Yes, it'd be easier. But that wouldn't mean that people are in community with each other, right? Like I speak the language of the standard American English, right? I can speak to the most number of people within this country, but I'm not in community with those people. And I'm not in even people who are in my geographical area. I'm not actually in community with them, right? So this like there's this desire in the conservative mind, like, oh, the reason why our we can't like form these bonds just because you guys don't share the language. And if you did that, then we would accept you. Also, we don't actually like your cultural ideas. Change that, right? There's that melting pot that we talked about here before, just earlier tonight, right? Well, they don't share our values, right? And they aren't assimilating yet, right? So it's not just language, of course, it's those other things. I think it's ridiculous to say that needs to be a requirement. So many people come to the States and they don't know English. They don't know a damn thing about it, but they want to make a better life for themselves, right? And I think that is the uniting value of America, is make a better life for yourself. Land of opportunity. If there's anything, honestly, that unites us, I think that might be the closest thing to it. But is it just because you aren't good at learning languages? I'm shit at learning languages. And just because you can't necessarily pass a test on this, does that mean you shouldn't be involved? That we should exclude you? Well, there are a lot of people. A lot of valuable individuals who get lost, right? People making small businesses, people raising families who then create children who know English, who then go on to do great things in this country. Happens all the time. Common American story. And a mandate English for that. And we don't mandate, especially for even our own children, right? Our children score worse on English internationally than people in other countries that are non-native speaking English countries. That's crazy that we wouldn't mandate that. But anyway, the monoculture. Oh, but I do want to say I did agree with Buckaroo's idea of having English classes, right? Government paid for. I love the idea of government jobs. Let's make more government jobs. This sounds like a great opportunity. And yeah, but it would actually make things easier. There are people who want to learn, and I would even go farther than that. I'll go farther than that. I say, right, and I've talked about this before, but you guys probably don't remember, because I went to Colombia, right? Talked to a lot of Colombian people, and a lot of them we're like, yeah, we want to learn English because imperialism has made it so that's like closest to the standard language of the worldwide language, right? There are so many of them. It's like we actually really, really want to learn English, but it's so hard to do, right? It's expensive to make happen, right? You just kind of learn from TV shows or whatever. I would say, let's spend American taxpayer dollars, right, to guarantee another American century by paying for language classes around the world. A lot of people really want to learn English. Let's pay for that. Let's pay for that, and then when they come here, they'll already know English, right? Two birds, one stone, but we don't have to mandate anything. Okay, monoculture is crazy, unnecessary, not a thing that we have. Not a thing that we have. So, this idea that we need to conform to, again, this amorphous, completely, extremely difficult to define idea of a monoculture within our nation, that only benefits the powerful, because they are the ones who are going to get to define that. Whatever that monoculture is, it'll be the the politically connected, the affluent. They'll be ones who define that, not the people within these spaces, within these communities. They should be able to define what their own culture is. And then on this idea of like cultures, right? I think the problem isn't that we're having cultures coming in from outside the country, because that's America. That's the way it started, right? These cultures come in, they add something to our nation, to our society, right? It's about compatibility. There are some values, and I've talked to conservatives on this, and I've given a bit of space on this. I think there's some values that may be incompatible, right? Like, let's say if you like human sacrifice. This is an extreme example, of course. But human sacrifice, yeah, you can't do that, right? Because we should have. Guys,
Wait,
I'm so sorry.
They've sacrificed about 22 million black babies since 1973. But let's talk about it.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Moving on. Cultures that spring up from America. What difference would that make? What difference does it make if the culture like exists in America? Again, it's more about compatibility. What does it make where it originates? Like it's about can it mix? So the Amish culture does mix with the rest of America at large, whatever that means, right? They don't exist with the other societies around them. But yeah, that's okay, I guess. I guess they get grandfathered in. Well, because they literally evolved on the soil, right? But they don't actually interact with the rest of us. But I guess that gets a pass. It's ridiculous, a ridiculous idea. So our Islamic or Muslim brothers and sisters or Middle Eastern brothers and sisters can come from another country, right? And they can get here, and we can see how compatible they are with us, right? That's the thing that matters. Not that, hey, some of their ideas existed from far away, right? That happens with the Germans. That happens with the English. That happens with any other white country, right? They're allowed to come in, and I guess it's just fine. Moving on. I'm not accusing these guys of racism. To be clear, I'm not accusing the other side of racism at all. And maybe I just reached the end of my list. Busing kids. Oh, the busing kids to neighborhoods. We'll have to talk about that one later.
Well, can I say really quickly, just because I thought to mention this earlier, but what's interesting is if you guys haven't seen Breaking Amish, you should watch at least the first season. It's really actually pretty interesting. Because a lot of Amish people actually don't even speak English, right? They speak like a dialect of German. Right, so they also aren't even speaking the language. But Lecter, you mentioned earlier that when your mother came over, right? So I think your mother is like a Swiss immigrant or some shit, right? So right?
No.
Well, you said your mother.
Swedish, motherfucker. Go ahead.
Same shit.
No, it's not. Fuck you. They're different. Shit. They're not all white people are the same, dude.
Over there somewhere, the white people lands. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, okay? I know. They all wear colorful dresses and sing yodeling and shit. Yeah.
So.
And watch Andy Griffith.
Terrible food, good cakes.
Oh God. So my great grandparents came over in the 30s on my mother's side, and on the 50s and in the 50s on my father's side, right? Both sides of my great grandparents, they lived here, fucking decades, right? Died barely speaking any English, right? They're just fine, right? They live in fucking LA, different parts of LA. around lots of English speakers, around lots of people who speak like they went to Koreatown all the time, right? They interact with the rest of the community, and they didn't need to speak English, like to do all that. So I don't think it just doesn't. It feels like if you live in a city, like this thing that you're talking about is like just demonstrably, obviously not true, right? You can obviously interact with other communities, even if
Would you call them Americans?
Absolutely.
So I think.
There you go.
Let me add 2 more things because
the longest.
But oh, Scott, it's good to have you back, man. Anyway, yeah, one, I have an immigrant. I come from an immigrant family. I forgot to mention that part. And you guys forgot all about it, I'm sure.
I do too.
Yes, you do. You do. I'm not take that stats away from you.
You just said white people.
But
they're not real immigrants.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I saw that shit.
I encourage the Swedish to come. Right. I encourage the women to show up.
You mean the Swiss?
But yeah. So I have an immigrant family. A lot of them didn't know. My parents
stay in Stockholm. That's for sure.
My parents didn't know English coming here. They didn't know English, but they wanted to be involved with this country. Now, would they have, and how many years would have taken them to have passed an English test, right? Like, how long would have taken them to do that? I actually don't know, right? They always had deep noticeable accents. And they had trouble with the vocabulary and the grammar and all that. But they were participating, they were paying taxes, they were raising a child, right? And heading to their local economy, and then bringing others who did the same, starting businesses, right? Others in my family started businesses, and are now doing the American dream. But it starts with people who didn't know the language, and then there's like my grandma who still doesn't know the language after so long, which is actually incredible. It's like unbelievable. Oh my god. I'll talk about that some other time. But anyway, still doesn't know the language, right? But when she could, before her retirement, she worked a job, participated in the economy, but she worked. She was involved in a very insular community, right? Because of that language barrier. But that's okay, right? It doesn't taken away from America, and it wasn't as if all these Americans were desperate to get to know the inner workings of my grandmother's mind. That's not how that works. What does it mean? And this is the other thing I want to say. What does it mean to participate in American culture? Right? Like, what does that even mean? This is a response to something that Scott said earlier, right? How do we know when the person has participated enough? And then in what way, right? Is it online? Is that participating? Is it like yelling on Twitter? Is that American culture, right? Is it going to the grocer and just saying hi and being kind of polite to them? Is that
what's black? What's black culture?
It's nothing anymore because we had this fight already on all black everything. But like,
am I part of black culture?
I'm saying, okay, I think that just like when we talk about race, the word culture has so much baggage and means a lot of different things. And so one person's talking about race and what they're meaning ethnicity. Another person is talking about color. Another person is talking about cultural artifacts, right? But they're saying the same word, race. I think the same thing is true for culture. So yes, you can find signifiers of Black American culture that are widely understood, but that doesn't mean that it's easy to find. What?
Yes, you can find signifiers, but that doesn't mean it's easily defined. I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Wait,
yes.
hold up, wait.
I don't know. You keep saying that. I don't know.
Apply that to American culture.
You can't do that with America. Wait, you can't do that with America. It's too big of a place.
Of course you can. Black America's not that big of a place. What are you talking about?
There are signifiers.
How many black cities are there? How many black people is left?
The unifiers of America is that it's a combination of a bunch of different cultures, whether it be.
Yeah.
What's black culture?
What's Western culture? What's Southern culture?
Yeah.
They all have
signifiers. Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
but we all integrate.
No. Because the point of doing this, right? The point of talking about this is to say who was inside and who was outside this culture, right? To erect borders, right? So I wouldn't. So if you're saying Lactwood, hey, are you part of Black American culture? Hey,
am I part of Black America?
Well, no. Whoa, that's important. This is important because now you just changed it. Are you part of Black America? Well, Lactwood, what did I just say? What does a Black American mean?
Okay, we'll make it one to one. Am I a Black American?
If it means race, then no, it doesn't, right? Then no, you aren't. If it means ethnicity, if it means what are the other things I was saying? If you're just talking about culture, right? Well, and like norms, well, then you can engage those culture and norms. A lot of people want to engage with Black American culture and norms. They love it, right? It's exported around the world, and I wouldn't gatekeep them out of it, right? Like I wouldn't I would appreciate, you know.
But you would expect some participation in order to consider them to be part of the Black culture, right?
I would expect
they would have to participate to some level with Black culture. They'd have to understand what the words mean. Yeah. They'd have to understand the food.
Yes,
they'd understand the history.
But yes, hold on. But that's different.
And if they don't do that, they're not really part of Black culture, are they?
No. I wouldn't make it a requirement to interact, to be in the country, though. That's a different thing.
Right? Whoa. That's not what we're saying necessarily.
Or to come in Black neighborhoods, right? Hey, or Black cities, as you said, right? I wouldn't say, well, you can't come in because
you're going to second order. You're going to second order level things. You're going to second order level arguments. No. We're establishing. No. Right now we're establishing what culture means because apparently we can't get past this first fucking step.
No.
And so, Ali, I need to, please. So. The reason why I'm bringing up Black culture is because for some reason, like we understand this when it comes to Black culture, but we don't understand this when it comes to American culture. We understand this when it comes to Chinese culture or when it comes to Swedish culture. I'm a citizen of Sweden because they decided to base it off of blood. They decided to base it off of race. That's the European model of citizenship. That's the European model of what it means to belong. But in America, we do something different. In America, well, no, it's not. In fact, there's more countries going over to just sanguis than just solis. There's more countries going over to blood than it is to land. And in America, no, it's not.
It is.
And in America,
well, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, we can argue about this later, but I trust me. Fine. But when we're talking about America, we don't base it off of blood. We base it off of something else. What do we base it off of? We don't just we base it off of we base it off of a set of values. We base it off of a set of ideas. People here, anybody can be an American, but an American must mean something. Anybody can go and talk to a Black person, but being part of Black culture must mean something. Engaging with it, understanding what it means, all the tenets of it. And am I going to be able to perfectly identify every single aspect of Black culture? No, but we can look at certain signifiers. And if I was to walk into Harlem and just start considering myself to be part of the culture, am I going to be accepted?
But the culture is that there are multiple cultures. That is American culture.
That's the problem.
That's the thing.
America.
There's
no homogeny.
It's not. Yeah.
There is some level of homogeny.
No, there isn't. There's no homogeny.
There is individualism.
Outside of participation within American culture.
If there's no homogeny, then it's not a culture.
No.
Then it's nothing. Then a billion Chinese people can move in, and that'd be the new American. Space aliens could move in, and that'd be the new American.
Wait. To my fucking point earlier,
it's not a real culture.
When I said culture, food, language, these are some of the things that come along with culture, right? So the thing with America is that we're literally an amalgamation of 50 fucking states. Our country, itself is so fucking big that we can't have a homogenous culture. We have California culture, Texas culture, New York, Florida, Michigan.
Fair,
we don't have one. Hold up. The unifying culture we have is that we believe in democracy. We participate in capitalism.
We believe in democracy and capitalism. That's homogeny. We're talking about universal values, aren't we?
Wait, once again, but it's So
France has a culture, right? But the Alsace-Lorraine and Paris are different. It's not an argument to say that California and Virginia are different. Therefore, this is somehow unique.
No, what I'm saying is culture.
The UK has a culture, but Scotland and Wales and fucking Geordie, they have different dialects. They have different subcultures.
Yes,
that's not different anywhere else.
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, it is completely different here because our subcultures are fucking massive. They could some of our states could be their own countries. So it could.
That's the same thing in Germany too. Bavarian, North German.
Hold up, wait, let me finish my point. So the thing with America,
Bavaria is Catholic.
the thing with American culture and why I'm saying it's the participation that unifies us, because in America we have to accept so many different cultures because we've made ourselves the melting pot. That's why now if you can integrate yourself to what American culture is, if you can make yourself known, if you can make yourself recognizable, if you can market your culture, that's what makes you American. Because at the end of the day, America's what? Hamburgers and mac and cheese. But there's a reason why Tony Stark in a Marvel movie was in New York asking for a shawarma at the end of the fucking thing, because we've integrated ourselves to the point where these foods are part of us. It's a different shawarma here than it is in the Middle East. It's a different burger here than it is over in Germany. We make it American. That's how it works.
All right. So I feel like I've waited long enough. Prime guys, number one, you said that it was ridiculous to use this 1 billion Chinese. Very quick question. Is it ridiculous to ever bring up the trolley? Nope. Sociologic, this question isn't to you. Is it ridiculous to bring up the trolley problem ever? Or is it used to describe your moral framework or describe and elucidate a concept? Like, would you always dismiss the trolley problem, or is it valid to use the trolley problem? Because it's not like you're ever going to be in a position in your life where there's actually a lever and there's 4 people tied to one track and one on another track. And if you pull the lever, it'll save 4 people's like, that's a ridiculous thing, but we use it to elucidate your moral framework. We were doing the same thing to elucidate what is American. Yeah, like,
no,
come on.
You can use the trolley problem, but this is more than that. Right? Because what I was saying, what it does is it sneaks in a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of the fear, right? That conservatives have about this, rather than actually engaging this in a useful way. So it's not that you can't make a hypothetical. I know what a hypothetical is, and I know the purpose of the hypotheticals, but we can say that, hey, some hypotheticals are better than others, and some sneak into the conversation a bunch of underlying principles or an understanding that is corrosive to the conversation, and that's what I'm calling out.
I don't think that does that in any way, but I don't want to harp on such a simplistic.
No, but also that hypothetical
get to the actual question. So you stated also that cultures add to, like, when people bring their cultures, they bring, and I think Sociologic has been talking about this a lot too, if you want to respond, Sociologic, but bringing in music, bringing in food, bringing in ideas, right? And I agree that cultures add to. There's this misunderstanding that I think is occurring, where there's this idea that, like, American culture ought be defined as it was in the ratification of the Constitution in 1789 or something. And that, like, because there were bad things about American culture, that it automatically means that American culture changing is good. And to a certain extent, I agree with you. Cultures need to change. Cultures need to adapt. Cultures need to move and shift as technology changes. It changes, right? Like, you couldn't maintain a one type of culture in an area before and after social media. Obviously, that's going to change how your culture engages. The problem that I think that I think my side is trying to explain is twofold, right? Number one, at a base level, we're talking about a certain critical mass that engages with the stability of a culture, right? Like, when you look at a country like Japan, for example, they have very, very, very strict laws about race and about identity and about immigration to maintain the stability of Japanese culture. That's why they exist. If I go over to Japan and I marry a Japanese woman,
demographic collapse soon, by the way, just
FYI.
And their crime rate is zero, basically.
Yeah, if I go over to Japan, right, you're distracting. Come on, we're having a conversation about culture, and you're just trying to find ways to subvert, which is why it's so fucking difficult to talk to leftists, because you can't ever fucking engage intellectually with the concept itself. You always have to find a way to subvert.
I grant you everything that you say.
Fucking help it. You couldn't let me finish the concept.
Everything you say is
hey, Japan bad, huh?
That's exactly what I said with my tongue out. Japan bad. Yes, you're definitely good listening there, Scott. Yeah, totally great steal, man. Absolutely. And yes, I recognize everything that you said. I'm just bringing up a con in terms of, like, they are largely anti-immigration because they want to preserve their culture. And yes, that leads to potentially negative consequences in terms of they don't want any new influx of population, and they have problems maintaining their population.
I agree. And I was going to say that. But anyways, you reckon, like, if I marry a Japanese woman and have a child, that child is not a Japanese citizen. A child is a hafu. It's only half Japanese. It's not until the third generation that child of that person marrying a Japanese. Well, it's like, well, why does that exist? Well, it's because they understand that the American coming to Japan will probably never be one with their culture and truly understand it. They bring with them their own values, their own things that clash with Japanese culture. And so they limit their ability to have an impact on their culture. And they understand that the child, even still, that child is not fully Japanese, that child grows up with one parent that is enforcing on them all of these values that come from a separate country. But it's when there is a grandchild where they can actually add to Japanese culture, where the grandchild has some values and some things, but is fully immersed in Japanese culture and is able to understand in their own life and in the market and in their marriage, etc., all of the ways these things mix. America doesn't have that. Right. And to a certain degree, I think that's good that America doesn't have that. That I think that's too stringent. And yet we do have to understand that cultures are susceptible to individuals coming in and changing them. If you agree that they add to the culture.
Yeah. You just described one of the differences between American and Japanese culture. American culture, like
Absolutely.
a lot of people are saying, is a melting pot. So we have beliefs that, you know, as long as you're naturalized here, you're a citizen and you're adding to the culture. Whereas Japan doesn't have those things. You just
but that doesn't engage in reality. You're talking about you're confusing is.
You don't think it's
No, you're confusing is with ought, right? Because what I am saying is. What I am saying is that when you bring in a certain amount of people and you attempt to bring them into a culture, that there is a multi-generational process that occurs before that individual is actually fully immersed within the culture. And if you have too much of that, you're confusing an is with an ought. I am not describing. Yes,
I'm
you
saying
literally
that's
are.
not an is.
No, what I'm saying, I'm talking about a reality of culture, not cultural beliefs of America.
No, that is a reality with every culture in the world.
I'm talking about the reality of cultures itself, not American ideas. American ideas and
I'm disagreeing.
What I'm describing is an is.
And I'm disagreeing with that. Do you think we don't understand what you're saying? Do you think you're saying something
you're showcasing that you absolutely do not understand what I'm saying. You do not understand the is-ought distinction that is at play here. What I'm saying is an is. I'm not attributing American values or what it is that America believes or what ought be. I am describing how culture works and how it is influenced.
And I'm saying that that's incorrect.
Okay, but your grounds for doing so is an ought implication.
No,
again,
it is.
I'm going to ignore it because you don't understand.
Yeah, of course.
That is problem. That is problem.
Just keep making your assumptions that everybody has to go along with.
It's not an assumption. You're literally giving me an ought argument. Please stop. You're not. And then number two. Number two.
What's the is and what's the ought that you're referring to?
When I'm saying is, I'm not being prescriptive. I'm not saying
I understand that. I'm saying like, what do you?
And I'm disagreeing with
what I'm saying is a culture exists.
Gambit's referring to.
Gambit says that's not an American culture.
No, that's not the only
what he's saying is that America believes in multiculturalism. And so he's saying that this doesn't happen to America when I'm describing a process of how cultures are influenced. I'm simply giving an is. I'm not saying whether or not that's good, and I'm not saying whether or not Americans believe it, or even if America culture doesn't have an idea of multiculturalism in a melting pot. Those are all ought claims. Okay, like those are beliefs that American culture maintains, and a belief that I'm sure many of us have, right? But I'm simply describing as an is how cultures are impacted by new ideas and new values from individuals. The second thing, and this is something that has not been introduced that is incredibly important to this conversation, is there is a difference between naturalized immigration and forced integration. There is a difference between people that come over here for economic opportunity simply to engage in a capitalist market and want to be a part of the culture, and NGOs flying people over, the government taking your tax dollars and giving them housing in your neighborhood when, as opposed to you competing in a marketplace with those people, because the people that live in those communities have zero say in the individuals that are coming in. And in fact, their own paychecks are garnished so that these people can be imported against their will. If you want to talk about what causes fear and division, it's when communities no longer have a say over what their community looks like, what their community values, what language their community speaks, etc. And instead, we import against their will people into their community. That's what causes so much fucking division, is the welfare state that we have and this process of immigration where people aren't invited. They're not invited. Goods can cross borders via invitation. If I order something from Mexico, it comes from Mexico because I wanted it. But when you have laws that say it's illegal to discriminate against people based off of their national origin, then you can't ban them from businesses. You can't keep them from renting property if you're a landlord. You can't do anything. And then on top of that, the government comes in and gives them money and gives them services. Well, now what you have is you don't have a natural process of the culture changing because the values of the culture were accepted and accepted people in them, and they paid a certain gatekeeping price. Now you have the United States government forcing your culture to change with your own fucking money and destroying your community's cohesion against its will. And these are radically different things. There we go.
Yeah.
Most of the
people
just want to repeat again.
So
I never made an art claim. I disagree with his description of how culture works again and again, but he doesn't understand that. It's fine that he doesn't understand the words that he's even saying. But yes, I never made an art claim at all. I was disagreeing with the way that he says culture works, and I'm still disagreeing with it. He has his own subjective opinion. Mine, there's no definitive proof of
this
how
is Cope. I explained it to you, now you understand. So now
we got
doubling
to
down. It's
let
Cope. It's
Ali
fine.
and Corey go, and then I want to move on to the actual topic at hand, since before the election, and it will be less importantly next week. So go ahead, Ali.
Yeah. So my problem with the hypothetical
is one of the number one issues, you know,
of the 2 billion Chinese coming over is because you take that and then you apply that same absolute to the immigrants or migrants that come over here, right? So it's like none of them want to speak English or learn English, and none of them want to work and assimilate.
Nobody made those claims.
I mean, that's what
that's not what happened. It's just not what happened.
Yeah,
it's a lie.
I mean, these people come, they don't speak our language. They're in our community. How can we communicate with them if like, that's literally what you're saying. So anyway, the majority of the people that come over here, even if they come over here,
you're piecemealing the argument instead of dealing with the hypothetical. It's cowardly.
Okay.
So you like democracy? What if everybody voted to fuck kids?
No, you're just a pussy, so you won't deal with it.
Wait, that's a good question. What if a bunch of people come in and they all vote to fuck kids? That'd be a problem, wouldn't it, Doobie?
I mean, that's what the country wanted, right?
Wait. Doobie would argue that if all the Papua New Guinean, wait, hold on, I just want to point out.
If all the Papua New Guinean moved over here overnight, yes, we did it.
No, wait, hold on, brother. No, don't say real quick because I was in the middle of talking. I mean, I just wanted to say, I know, but this is particularly relevant to what Doobie.
The middle of my story is interrupting the beginning of yours.
Okay, whatever. Listen, Doobie would argue that the Papua New Guinean tribe that does the dick sucking thing, if they all came to America and became up like a majority, then this would be the American population.
Yes,
this would be American culture. That's what Doobie argues. Doobie would argue that American culture does dick sucking. That's what. Yes. And you're rolling your eyes, but you're saying, it's all the melting pot. They're just adding to the culture. They're adding the dick sucking to the culture, aren't they?
You wanted a democracy.
I don't want democracy. We want a limited democracy. We got to prevent some people from voting.
Anyways, the issue is the vast majority of these people come. They may not assimilate right away, but they integrate pretty fucking well. They come, they work, they try to work with the language as best to their fucking abilities. They take plenty of jobs that regular Americans seem to not fucking want. So I think like the issue is that they come here, they build a community, they're better at being Americans than the Americans that were originated here, and you guys are just mad at that? Like, what's the issue? If they can build a community, if they can build a community and integrate within America, stay here, have generations of people here, vote, work, build taxes, build businesses. Yes, they succeeded at being Americans.
Let that be a rhetorical question because it's going to take forever. We go down that route. So let's go to Corey. Finish us up so we can move
Okay,
on to the
yeah, I'll try to be quick. Just 2 points. One briefly. First, Japan bad, obviously. But two, secondly, this whole language thing. Okay. So you're pretty much having the exact same argument that Quebec had, many decades ago, of like, what is French or Quebec identity? And that's why, we literally have here in Quebec, we have the Charter of the French language. Okay, and the only thing that I would say is despite Quebec's attempts to like enforce their Quebec and French identity and French language, it's like, there's clear drawbacks to it, where one, even though there are government-supported programs to learn the language, okay, one of the issues is where basically bigoted people will always find excuses to be bigoted. And there's bigotry in the English world and obviously in the French world. And like, basically one of the issues here is like, even the people that are coming here that are trying to learn French, if you're not up to par, up to like the Quebecois French, and you just try, they're going to criticize you. They're always going to be bigoted towards you. It's just like not going to work out, even if you make a concerted attempt. Where there's actual violence that occurs of like if an Anglophone person tries to speak French to a French person and it's not good enough, like violence ensues. Because like yes, the bigotry is just still
That's
there.
just French people though, dude. The same thing happens in France. You go anywhere else and they're like, "Oh, we're so happy you tried to learn 4 Italian words." But if you go to like Paris, they'll be like, "Oh, so I speak English." Like that is a French specific thing for the record.
Maybe.
I just want to point that out.
What?
Like
That is
go to Italy and go to France and see the difference you get with trying out a couple of Italian words
Anywhere,
and trying out a
really.
couple of French words.
This is
They will be
actually
pissed
true.
in France
Anywhere,
that,
really.
that you fuck up their
But
language, their beautiful language. Which, by the way, Quebecois is not fucking French. Piss off, Quebec people.
Come here and say that. I like
let's
to see how it works out.
let's move on with our lives here.
As long as I can bring my American guns.
Okay, quickly. So thanks. This was a lot of fun already. Honestly, like, and I'll say this later on, is that like I love this group of individuals. That like I start us off with a seed. Just a quick comment. I wasn't actually making this a huge topic, right? I was like, oh, consequentialism and Israel Gaza and all that stuff, and then it turned into this. But like honestly, I think some of our best conversations are the ones where like we don't even try, right? Like we just kind of naturally get into it. So this was a really good one. And I actually there's so much more to say. I love to try this one out again. Because we're not done yet. Yeah, maybe.
Or
yeah,
two.
Maybe I should do that, huh? Topic. American culture equal number 1. All right, there you go. So let's but before then, hey guys and gals out there, if you've been enjoying this conversation, it's been explosive fun, right? Help out the channel. I do need your help, guys. We're low on subs, so if you're out there, consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you find yourself coming here often, then show your appreciation. We are low on subs. So I actually got a message from someone talking about how so many people got their start on this channel. Apparently on Destiny's stream they were talking about this, and Pisco, our old friend Pisco, gave me a shout out. That's great. But we don't do as much as we used to. But we don't get as much support as we used to. So consider helping us out. If you want more of this, sub to the channel, gift bits, or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming here, 1 free sub per month. Hopefully one day we can get back to those days where a lot of people would come through here, get their start, have a lot of fun, jump in to this conversation, and see if they like it. So yeah, we'd like to do that, but we do need your help. Sub to the channel, help us out. All right, so we're gonna hurry off to the topic that I had picked out. That's the title of the stream. So let's get to that. Topic 1 or 2.
Hey,
whatever.
one second, bro. I just got something from work, so I do have to drop. I'm super happy to be here with you all, and I really wanted to go into the second topic too. If I can, I might join back, depending on if this takes like 10 minutes versus like 30 minutes.
Hopefully,
But,
yeah. You're welcome
cool.
in.
Good to see y'all.
Have a good one.
Happy to argue with you all.
Take care, be well.
We'll touch on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mach and BMAC for the 5 subs. Corey Campbell, thank you for your resubbing with your Amazon Prime since Prime Gaming. We're close to a hype train. Guys, help us get into a hype train. Now's a great time. Support the channel. We do need your help. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime since Prime Gaming. Now's the time to do so. If you want more of this community, then we do need more of your help. We're definitely low on subs. All right. Let me, guys, the introductions got to be quick, right? Because we got to roll into this. So, part of the Democratic strategy has been focusing on running up the score with female voters. Kamala already has an incredibly wide lead in the gender gap. So, leaning in to find any more stray female votes makes sense. To that end, Harris has been running ads targeting Republican women, telling them that whoever they vote for is secret. And the implication being that they can vote for Harris without their husbands knowing. This has enraged many conservative male commentators. They say that such an action would be a betrayal and immoral. Fox News' Jesse Waters likened it to a marital affair. Do you agree? Is it wrong for a spouse to lie about such things? How would you feel if you found out your partner lied about their vote? And does this have large implications about their value system? Yeah, so it's just like it sounded. It's like there's been commercials, and you may have seen them. They're easily found on YouTube. Of hey, your vote's just a secret, just so you know, MAGA wives, right? And then like an actual commercial where it shows a woman who's clearly like has got like a MAGA husband, and she's like breaking away from him and going to vote in a different way. It's like a conspiracy, but he's never gonna find out. But what does this mean? Like, is this a betrayal when you thought this person that you married like shared your values? Like does that matter? So let's get into it. A minute later, or sorry, a minute left to stop the hype train. Consider helping us out. And thank you again, Majin, for being so kind. So help us out with this hype train. We do need your help. We're low on subs. All right, let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean, is it really surprising that Democrats would encourage dishonesty and lies? No, it's not all that surprising. I think it's horrific. I think that it is pretty akin to cheating, and arguably it's somewhat related to SA, frankly. Because I mean, if stealthing is SA, then this probably is SA too.
Okay.
Think about it, right? I only consented to sex with a condom. I only consented to sex with a Trump supporter, right? Both is kind of like deception, rape by deception.
Interesting. Okay. Let's go to our friend Scott. Keep it tight, friend, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. Actually called my mom
SA light
because she's a Kamala supporter. And I just and she's Gen X, and I was just like curious what her opinion on that was. And it shocked her. She was like, that's so disgusting. I can't believe that they would do that. I mean, obviously she still voted for fucking Kamala, but it's not like it isn't the 100th lie that campaign is told. Which isn't to say that Trump is immune to fucking lying. It's just that, the Democrats have no moral high ground to stand on in this regard. Yeah, I do think it's I think it just speaks to a wider problem, unironically, that we were discussing in the last post, which is just a breakdown of culture and a breakdown of a high trust society, right? Like the concept that you ought be honest with your spouse and that you ought have open communication and share values and work towards common goals. Instead, what they're suggesting is that you ought lie to your husbands and and vice versa. If the Republicans, I think there have been some, but no televised their, YouTube commercials, the concept that you would, do the same in the other regard. It's just, I do think it is somewhat disgusting. I don't think it's fucking sexual assault or anything, you know what I mean? Any more than wearing makeup is, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know
about that one.
He's got a whole thing about makeup too. Yeah.
Oh God. But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's disgusting. I think it's part of a bigger problem. I look forward to getting into it.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So at least based off the prompt, and I've only seen like I think one of these advertisements. I don't know if it's encouraging lying per se, other than like reinforcing that it's secret. Now we can get into like omission versus commission, but like I don't think it's explicitly lying, just reinforcing that you don't have to tell your spouse. But as a general rule, like I don't think you should ever lie to your spouse. As in, that's my guiding principle. If you're marrying someone and you're lying to them, you probably shouldn't be married to that person, or there's probably some problems with the relationship. But what I will say in terms of answering the prompt, does this have large implications about the elitism? Probably, in terms of like generally speaking, on average, in traditional marriages, I think there's an expectation that the man is whatever the leader or the head of the household, and that they guide all decisions, including voting habits. I think it says something about that, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Ali.
So I think that type of rhetoric coming from like Kamala is a little bit like malicious, because I feel like it implies like MAGA or like Republicans are forcing their wives to vote Republican. And so to that point, like, it kind of would be lying, because I don't know too many people that are in relationships with people and they don't know their political views, right? Like if you're married to someone, I'm pretty sure you know where they're going to vote, or at least you have some type of idea. You've had some type of conversation. So like if you're a MAGA or if you're a Republican and your wife's a Democrat, I mean, if you probably had that conversation, you've accepted that, whatever. But if you're under the implication that your wife is like siding with you, and this is a person, like these are two different values, right, that come with the votes. So I do think it would be like a bit like a lie, and you like, I'm not gonna lie, if you find out like the day after that someone shares a completely different set of values with you, down to the like who you want to like run this country, I think it would be like grounds for like some type of like divorce, or at least a conversation about what the fuck's going on like in your relationship.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is malicious and nefarious. Really, it's not necessarily I line with what you're all saying, where everyone else is saying like, oh, you have to have similar, values and similar voting patterns. I like personally don't want someone that, like, in my life, if I want to date someone or marry someone, I don't want someone that has all the same values as me. That seems like that would be really boring. I want some spice, that's fine. But if you can't trust them enough to tell you who they're voting for and vice versa, that's a fucking problem. Like, if they're sitting here keeping that kind of secret from you, then they're also fucking somebody on the side. So it's really that simple. It's equivalent. It's directly equivalent, because, like, it's not just a lie of omission.
One-to-one.
I would say it is a one-to-one.
Yeah.
You literally are going to have someone, if you're willing to lie about something so big and so minor at the same time, like, oh, I went and voted. Like, they can't tell you who they voted for, or like that's sus. That means I would see whether it's a guy or a girl, they're cheating. That's how it is.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Buckaroo.
I think it's really weird, first and foremost. I think it's I think it goes to show a lot of the divisiveness in modern day politics. And I also am very disappointed to see Kamala, of all candidates, to be promoting an idea that really removes the autonomy from all conservative women. As much as I don't understand their perspective in a lot of ways, I think it's really easy to write off people who share your demographic but don't share your perspective as just idiots, or people who are under somebody else's control, women undergoing Stockholm syndrome. But that really ignores the nuances of what drives people to vote. And I think it only further stokes the flames of stokes a fire of alienation that's leading us towards such a heated political state in the first place. So I find it to be a little disappointing. And ultimately, I think couples should be honest and upfront about their politics with one another. If you're paying shared taxes, you probably want to agree upon what you're going to pay. I think there are just some things that logistically make more sense. So yeah.
Thank you, Doobie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the reasonable people that went before me. So I think that obviously, if your wife feels like she needs to lie to you about who she's voting for, that indicates that there are massive problems in the relationship. I think that's the more worrying thing, not so much that she's voting for Kamala or whoever. That the issue is that she feels like she needs to lie to you, which would indicate that you've made her uncomfortable in some way, and she feels like she needs to hide this from you. Right? So that's just an indication of issues in the relationship that are way bigger than her keeping who she's voting from you. So if you are one of these wives that this ad is for, and who feels like her husband is pressuring her to vote for Trump, I think you should leave your husband. Actually, you should just get out of the relationship. It's probably a bad relationship, right? You should vote for Kamala. Don't tell your husband; he'll probably beat you, and just get out of the fucking relationship.
That's the other part.
I mean, that's the implication. The implication is if they tell their husbands they're going to get beaten or something.
That-
which is
that
really
was-
fucking
yeah.
weird.
Well, we all
But,
know
you know,
Kamala's husband
Yeah,
was
a
voting
little
for Trump.
while.
That wasn't the
Kamala.
implication of the ad, though.
Yeah,
That's what I feel
while
like the
she's
implication
like-
of the
Yeah, well,
statement is. Like, you can vote in secret. You can. I feel like that's what it comes off as, because it's like, I don't know
Would
what the
Kamala be
alternative
mad
is.
if
If
her
your
husband
husband
voted for
finds
Trump?
out,
For
Yeah,
the
it's like,
down low?
you don't have
I
personal
disagree.
women don't have personal autonomy at home anymore, or because they can't get abortions. So therefore, in the ballot box, you can secretly vote for
Yeah,
Kamala.
vote for
or-
secret
or-
seems
or-
weird.
Bro,
or-
how
or-
many
or-
fucking men? We all know this. How many
Wait.
men are like, oh, like they started voting Democrat because they got some fucking girlfriend that they can't like contradict, right? This happens all the fucking time.
What? Who
Okay,
does that?
Absolutely.
Wait,
I know.
wait, yeah,
I
wait.
personally
Wait,
know.
wait,
I
going with
your point,
personally
Lactoid.
know multiple men that this.
We're in
that-
defense
that-
of your
that-
side here. You know this, right? We are
I
in
don't
defense
know
Oh,
of
that.
your
I
I'm
know.
confused as to-
We're all on the same side, but you're not going far enough. What I'm saying is that, like,
Lactoid.
We're saying we're saying the ad paints.
Weird alternative chick and end up voting for Democrats. Is that what happened to you?
hold
You're in
on.
a safe place. You can tell us.
Personally, me, no. Okay, but I personally
Well,
know
that's-
people.
It's
around him.
Wait, you gotta hear me out. I know people who have like gotten like hitched with like these fucking liberal women, and then all of a sudden, like they just change,
They
and
seduce them.
and they seduce them, and then like,
No
of course, they're not
offense,
they're not
but those
particularly
men-
strong-willed.
If they could be moved to that side, then maybe they were always there.
No,
and they just
yeah.
didn't
Well,
know.
no, except the
Right.
weed. Except the
Either
weed.
that,
They're controlled by the
or
moon.
you're surrounded
Okay?
by a bunch of
Wait,
by
wait.
a bunch
You're just
of
bipolitical. They were
weak-willed men
bipolitical left.
who lack
Wait.
principles
75%
and
of
are
men,
willing
yeah.
to just flip flop. However,
That's most men.
Corey.
That's the
Black-
problem. Yes,
Black-
weak
maybe
men create
maybe
tough
you should
times.
just find
Scott.
more men with backbones.
Yeah, Corey.
I'm working on it.
Amen.
Lactoid, are you admitting that like a large portion of your friends are essentially like a bunch of betas?
That's what I think he's admitting.
So hold on. I don't know if it's my friends. I think that like probably 60 to 70% of men are betas in the sense that they will change like their fundamental
Ugh,
beliefs
man issue.
just to
Man
get
issue.
Well, I just wanted to say like this.
Talking about?
I genuinely believe this. But I also want to point out like I think a lot of these men deep down they don't actually agree, but they feel compelled because their women are oftentimes very loud and very angry.
Ooh,
And if you happen to disagree with them,
Angry.
if you happen, it's true. If you happen to disagree with them, they're going to be like,
Let me finish.
and then all of a sudden, like you're not going to be able to, yeah, and then you're going to get in trouble, right?
Let me finish my point.
If that's all they do, then I'm doing pretty good. I'm just saying.
Saying
Okay,
you're-
Gibbs, you are the exception. Your car got burned. How many times?
Listen, don't worry about it. Listen, the point is, you got to get some spice in your life. If you're sitting here
Corey.
agreeing all the time, that's boring. Have you ever had any? Oh wait, never mind. I was going to ask a question, but we already know Lactoid has only got like 1%.
So I think
Yeah, that's
I
what
want
the
to
maker
I want to
picked, but
defend Lactoid. I'm going to defend him just for a moment.
Thank you.
Right. And that like it's hard for us, the people who are quite politically connected. I mean, you guys spend your Mondays every week on a political show here, right? To imagine how like normies actually like vote, right? And there's a lot of things that sway them. Oh my God, the things that sway normies when you find out, maddening, right? So I don't think it's crazy to say that, yeah, like you meet another person who has a stronger opinion on something that you don't care about yourself than you, and it sways you. And it happens either way, right? Like you just have, and it happens in not just this area, but
I think it
other
more
areas.
happens towards men, frankly. I mean,
No,
in my
it happens
perception.
I don't know.
both ways.
I don't
It
know. I
really
don't know.
happens
I
both
can't. I had no
ways.
data on this, and neither does Lactoid.
Maybe I just know more men because, like, male offenders or whatever. But I'm just saying,
you
that,
know,
like, in my experience, it's primarily, and then they're all like, and then like, they think they're all
this is-
upstairs.
men who's got
I've never seen that.
This is my overarching point of like Lactoid is saying like 60-70% of the men around him are like essentially whatever betas, and it's like we should maybe.
No, it's men. They're normies. They're men generally.
Okay, but hold on, but the point is that like I don't think we're properly under compensating for how normal people do this. And like if again
Thank
you
you,
don't
Brian.
really care about a subject, but another person does, then you can be easily swayed by their opinion, and that happens all the time on a variety of subjects. But go ahead, Scott.
Well, did Corey get to finish?
I
sorry.
finished. No, that's okay. No, it's okay. I finished. Go for it.
Yeah. So first and foremost, Lactoid and Prime, you're both right, but in the wrong direction. It seems we don't have a ton of data. We do have data with like dating apps and things like that, and it seems to be the other way around, that women are more likely to change their position from males, mostly because males tend to have stronger political opinions than females do. It's not so much that, and it's the process that Prime is describing, right? And women, if they find an attractive, tall, wealthy dude with abs, and he's like, I'm a Republican, they'll tell all their fucking friends. And you see these memes too, and it kind of speaks to reality that women put out, where it's like, did you see that Salon article I just shared you? And then like it'll be a dude and it'll be like the most racist guy ever, right? And it's like, and it's because like they will their women seem to be.
I have
more
evidence
likely,
against this.
If
Did you not
research,
see?
Yes,
I think it was like it was either Hinge or one of these other ones where it's like they would give you a pro-choice sticker if you were pro-choice, and then you got priority matches. Remember that?
Well, I mean, that's algorithms, right? Like
single women control the algorithms.
Of course. Well, they dominate the platform. They're
exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Like dating apps are built to squeeze money out of men so that women have a giant.
Dating is built
to
squeeze money out of men, frankly.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but dating apps are a lot worse. But I don't want to get into that, but so much. And also to add power to what both of you are saying, there's also been research that shows that roughly 10% of Americans that vote primarily based off who they think will win. Right. So like that, there's a reason why people put out bullshit polls from their side or the other side, because they know that if they put out a poll that says Kamala Harris is, up 6 points in Michigan, they know that roughly 10% of Michigan voters, if they all were to hear this, and this was the last poll that they heard, and it was, convincing, then literally Michigan would be like 45-55 for Harris based purely off of that poll. Because people will literally vote out of reality and into the subjective concept of like being on the right side of history. They will vote because they think this is right because most people think it's right, which is another reason why democracy is fucking retarded and evil. But yeah, I think it actually speaks to, and this is kind of like, maybe it's too meta, I don't know, but I think it really does speak to a larger problem in the domain. And I think Buckaroo kind of touched on this, right? Which is that like there is a sense that the Kamala Harris campaign doesn't understand, like they understand this, which is that their internal polling and data shows that white suburban women are the ones that flip from Democrat to Republican the most, right? If you're looking like who wins elections, it's usually white suburban women, because these are the people whose political opinions are very malleable and they don't have strong opinions, but they will often go out and vote. And they're trying to target that demographic. But what it's conducive of is not just so much like, is that they have this concept. I don't know if it's like the influence of leftist philosophy of like patriarchy or things of this nature, but that they feel that these women are trapped, and that there is a large enough portion of people that are trapped in marriages that are abusive and toxic, that they can target them and actually swing states by this. And I think it is less so disgusting and morally corruptible, and more so shows the ignorance that the philosophy has led to, which is that they see white women in relationships with conservative women as women who are trapped under the yoke of oppression, as opposed to simply having different values and being different than them. Otherwise, they wouldn't put this out to them. They would assume that those women are conservative because they're conservative, and that's why they married a conservative man, and that's why they, do conservative things and participate in those
statistically,
cultures.
that's why they got married, right?
Although I will note there is this sort of caricature that you have for, leftists from the conservative perspective as well. Like there have been so many times where personally, I've met tons of people who are conservative and Republican, and even, pretty far right, and all of them basically say I'm a leftist because I'm lazy, I'm hedonistic, I don't have a god, and I would just like roll around in mud if I could,
Right,
like
but
I think
Blacktoid, you're
notice that I
hedonistic.
didn't make any of those
think-
claims.
I'm not.
I specifically
No,
brought up
no,
leftist
but-
philosophy.
Why do you drive a
Right.
motorcycle, Blacktoid?
Right. I just say but notice that
Freedom.
in my description,
Yeah.
I
Freedom to
describe
die.
philosophical
No, yes.
things that are leftist, right? I'm not, and I don't think it's
Yes,
crazy
no,
to think that Kamala Harris's campaign has a bunch of leftists making decisions.
No,
right?
I do absolutely agree. Sorry, my point was just to say I do agree that caricature does exist. I do think that is how at least some of the people in the campaign view conservative women, because I've met people who I like most people I've met on the left who talk about conservative women speak of them in this way. But I would also argue this is something that happens just as much on the right regarding leftists. I don't think it's just about conservative women. I actually think a huge part of why they might be targeting women and conservative women especially is because conservative women are I would argue are probably like the highest rate of homemakers out of any specific demographic. Women are known to be communicating with one another in ways that are different from how men communicate with one another. They tend to gossip more, they tend to share opinions a lot more, they tend to spread like cultural memes a lot more. So if you're targeting women in any specific demographic, you're going to have a lot more social movement. You target women who spend their days, you target a disproportionate amount of women who are spending their days at home just talking to one another. You're going to see a lot more
I think you
influence.
guys are overthinking
So you
this.
think? Hold on. Are you saying that? Are you saying that the concept here might be, at least some portion of it, is targeting women because they have stronger social networks, and that by doing so you spread the message from a. I could buy it. I don't. I don't know that I could give the Kamala campaign that much of credit for intellect because of the overwhelmingly bad decisions they consistently make. I think you might be doing what so many MAGA people do with Trump, where they're like, trust the plan. He's doing 5D chess. With the Kamala campaign, who has blundered this every step of the way, and it's literally just social and demographic shift and Trump derangement syndrome that her entire campaign is like on fumes. Like
if I shake my head
I
any
like
harder, I'm
maybe,
gonna drop my
but like,
headphones. Holy shit.
Yeah, if I had to bet which one it was more, it was definitely more just the caricature of conservative women by a long shot. But I do think that still is something to keep in mind. That
I think you guys are
women are
overthinking.
known to.
Are overthinking.
But just
this
watch that ad. Watch that ad about men and that is targeting men, and every dude looked at it and laughed their ass off because Kamala Harris campaign has literally no idea.
I
and it's
seen,
like, and like, yeah,
I haven't seen that one. But I would like to.
It's fucking hilarious.
It's really bad.
Oh,
Just
it's really cringe and bad.
Someone things that I can't get out of
I'm
my brain.
man enough to vote for Kamala. Look at me on my
God.
pickup truck.
So-
I love bears. It's like it's
send me,
rough.
Hold on.
Yeah,
This sounds
really
almost satirical. So, but anyway, send me a link. I'll take a look.
I
At
thought it was satire. I literally thought it was satire. I had to like
Yeah,
look
I did too,
like
actually.
this
But-
literally is.
I think you guys are a bit overthinking this. Like, why is Kamala targeting women? Because of abortion. Abortion. Also, all I gotta say is abortion.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, they realize that Republican women, right? They have experiences. One that this is something that might have kept from their husband having an abortion. That's something that happens. But also, which is maybe something we should examine at some point in time, actually, because I think that's super interesting in and of itself. But in any case, they also may have friends who have these things, right? Women, like our friend Barker was just saying, they talk to each other, right? And they talk about these experiences, like, yeah, like I got a friend who went through this and that and right, and didn't have that right, or because they were denied this right, then this terrible outcome happened. So just abortion, running up the stats here. And I want to say that I do disagree, though, that at least from what I've seen, at least the tenor of these ads is not because they're saying women don't have agency, is that they're reminding women that they do have agency. Like they are getting from, and I've heard this from multiple sources. Like when these women are contacted, right? Yeah, some of them are asking, "Hey, so is it true my vote is secret?" Because people don't know this. This information, not all Americans understand this. Your vote is public it's public that you voted, but it's private who you voted for. People don't know that.
Right, but what's the implication there, right? Like the implication is right, the implication is that they need their vote to be secret from their husbands.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I know that was in the topic. I know that part. But
I do agree. I do agree. I do think abortion is like the most likely target, especially considering there have already been a couple deaths related specifically to the abortion ban.
It's the reason
there hasn't been a single abortion ban that has caused a single death. That's
okay, sorry. We'll have to. Don't go down the rabbit hole. We'll talk about that later. There's lots to say there. But
like malpractice is not because of abortion. It's a silly argument.
Scott, I love you so much.
I got a question for you,
We can just keep moving forward. I'm not going to argue.
And I'll let the hear and just quick second. Kamala. Fuck. What was I going to say? Kamala. Damn it. Fuck. I missed it. Well, hopefully you can remind me, Lactoid.
Okay. If a woman tells a man, "I only agree to sleep with you if you did not vote for Trump," and he actually secretly did vote for Trump, is that SA?
What's the term you use? SA light or something, or SA 1.0?
No, but you are an asshole.
I think there's violations.
Why is that not SA?
beta?
Sorry. Let's. I'm going to say.
So how is this ad any different? Right? You're convincing women because arguably there's some reason why you're keeping it secret from your husband. Is he going to leave you? He's going to leave you, right? He doesn't want to be with a Kamala voter. Why would you?
No.
Right?
To be
and
clear,
so,
but here's the thing. You asked me this question. One.
Yeah, I did.
I'm not going to call it sexual assault, right? I'm going to use the word sexual assault. We can use that here, right? I'm not on fucking TikTok, and so it doesn't matter.
I just care for you, okay, Prime?
Thank you, friend. YouTube.
Yeah, wait. Are you
demonetizes me all
saying
the
that like
time.
gaslighting and lying is equivalent to SA? Is that what the joke is?
Arguably, it's by deception. Yes.
Yeah. This is.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Making sure I was on the same page.
Use it, if you know the person wouldn't sleep with you otherwise.
I say there are violations, and we can scale the violations. Violations exist on the spectrum,
How about
just like everything else.
Hair transplants. Is hair transplants alive?
And wait, hold on. To be clear, right? And Buckaroo knows this because I was talking to her earlier. I think it is wrong to lie to your partner about your political views. I think it's a statement of your values. And I would say that this in itself is a problem. If I found out that my significant other voted for Trump, hey, we got to examine this. It's important. Because...
I got one more follow-up question, please.
Okay.
If I promise, I say, yeah, I'll use a condom, but then I actually secretly don't, is that SA?
It's yes, no. Actually, I think it's a good question. Whether we should categorize that as a sexual assault or not. It is a violation. It's some level of fraud or whatever. But I don't know.
Fraud.
It's fraud.
This advertisement encourages fraud, and it is disgusting from multiple levels. It disrupts the marital relationship. It could lead to deception and if you don't want to call it SA, whatever, but it leads to this kind of uncomfortable situation where it's just not good, and it's violative and it's horrific. And again, the fact that somebody reviewed this and thought it was a good idea is it's so sad. It's so sad. And the campaign thought this was a good idea.
You're using bad examples from the ad.
Lactoid.
Why is it a bad example?
So Lactoid.
Go ahead, Scott.
One second. So I think this is something that it took me a long time to understand when talking to people that have not really delved deeply into libertarian theory. And we saw it earlier, which is the difficulty that most people have with is ought claims, right? When you're talking about sexual assault, most people, they combine their is ought claims. because they believe in the justification of the state as an arbiter of justice. And so they immediately think in legal terms. And so when you say SA, they think of all of the legal implications of sexual assault. It's why it's so confusing when we say taxation is theft or taxation is slavery. They're like, no, it's fucking not, because those are loaded legal terms, and they don't have a distinction from the philosophy between prescriptive and descriptive claims.
Yeah,
they muddy the waters. And that's why Prime is saying it's wrong, but I wouldn't say that it's sexual assault. I think he's actually agreeing with us. It's just that he doesn't work in a libertarian framework where we can say something like this is theft or this is sexual assault, because it technically is from a descriptive standpoint. Most of those people are immediately applying the ought to it, which is we ought prosecute it and look at it legally the same way we do other sexual assaults. And sometimes it becomes
which I'm not necessarily saying,
because,
right? Just to be clear to the audience.
Right. But like, we often don't think to like break apart those things because we've read so much libertarian theory, and we're all automatically looking at is and ought claims as two different things. And most people automatically package them. I think that's where the confusion's coming from.
But I agree, but you would say that Prime agrees with us.
But I agree with you. I wouldn't agree that the state ought to prosecute you lying to your wife as sexual assault.
Well,
right?
yeah. I understand. Like there's lines here, and there's always going to be lines of severity. I actually refer to it more like a spectrum, right? I think there's like a spectrum of SA. It's like a sexual assault spectrum. And on the low end, you have shit like this, and on the high end, you have horrible shit. But it's all part of the spectrum. And the fact that the ads
it is fraud. It is fraud and deception. So that you can get sex. And so definitionally, from a purely prescriptive standpoint, there is very little argument that this isn't a form of sexual assault. It's just we wouldn't look at it the same way as, groping a woman on a bus, right? Like these are clearly different things.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed. But just to emphasize why I got a problem with this, right?
By that logic, though.
Yeah, no, I understand the argument.
Just like, okay, if your wife comes up to you and says, "Hey, do I look fat?" and you go, "No, honey," and then you sit here, you're like, "Oh, by that," and even though she did, that would also be sexual assault, because hey, you just did it to keep the peace and maybe get laid later. Like that's basically the stupidity of the argument you're making. Like that's the same.
There's no reason to talk about sexual assault, like at all. Like,
I want to get back to like the talk, because I don't think. Lactoid keeps bringing up this analogy of like, if you lie, but like, at least again, the way I interpret it from the prompt and just one ad, it's not encouraging lying. It's like pretty much reinforcing the idea that it's a secret. As in, if your husband asks you who you voted for, you can say it's none of your business.
Corey, lying. Yeah, the implication is that you're lying, because like, think about it this way, right? Like, what if it was like you make it look like you're putting on a condom, but then you actually don't. Well, I never specifically said I didn't put on a condom. Yeah, but your actions represented that you did.
Well, yeah, we can get into sexual politics, and you should have these conversations about like, you shouldn't rely on your partner in like whoever you're sleeping with, unless you have some pre-established relationship and dynamics. But like, on a one-night stand, you shouldn't have faith that your partner is just like, yes, trust them to put on the condom. But like in a marriage,
a one-night stand or not one-night stand, right? Like if you represent to somebody, if you go through the actions to represent something to somebody that they are relying on, and we can even remove it from the sexual context if you want. Like, I think there's something like deeply disturbing about the fact that like we're encouraging the behavior of deceiving one another, first of all, just generally, but the deceiving your spouse, deceiving the person that you're wed to, the person that you're supposed to be one with, and deceiving them about something that's so important as
what's the deception? Are you saying that a spouse is obligated to tell their partner who they voted for?
I think a spouse is obligated. I think a spouse is obligated to not represent that they're voting differently than what they've represented in the past. If they represent that they're voting for Trump and then they actually don't, that's deceptive. If they say to their spouse directly, it's none of your business who I'm voting for. I'm going to vote for whoever I want. It could be Kamala, it could be Trump. That's whether if that's a problem for you, then you can leave me now.
Well, you don't need this ad. You don't need this ad.
Then you don't need the ad. Exactly.
Well, you don't need the ad's not targeted to people that are being honest, because the people that are being honest and are being like, fuck you, I'm voting for who I vote. And if I can't get your vote, it is what it is. Like, I have my own beliefs and I'm a strong, independent woman, and you knew this when you married me. The fucking ad isn't for you. The ad is for women that are worried about their husband finding out.
I've only seen one ad, but I'm only going by the prompt of like, the prompt is like, it's reinforcing that it's secret, as in like you go to this extreme where it's just like, it's a perfectly valid answer if like your partner asks you how you voted for it, to say like that's private. I don't have a.
Well,
I,
I'll tell you.
Corey,
I don't want to be on like the
this
side
means
of
a
the,
lot
what,
coming from a libertarian, but you're being fucking autistic about this. Like, right?
I don't find that as an insult.
I understand that there is a category of people affected by this ad who don't talk about politics and who don't actually need a lie of omission because it's not an important conversation within their household, and they're reminding them that it's secret. Right. And so that person doesn't have to worry that it might cause a potential problem in the future if their husband found out, but that they hadn't necessarily had I understand that is a small portion of it, but that's not really who it's directed towards, and that's not really representing the majority of what this ad is seeking to accomplish. And like, I understand you're technically right here, right? That a lie of omission, when you never actually discuss the importance of this being a value in your marriage, etc., is not necessarily wrong in any way, shape, or form. But like, that's clearly not the point of what's going on here.
Well, that's why
you're getting.
I'm just saying,
lost in the weeds.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to be transparent. I've only seen one ad, so I'm not like, of the ad that I've seen, I didn't get the message that like, oh, if you have to protect who you're voting for because your husband's going to be. I didn't get that message. But yeah, maybe I'm just not reading too much into it, or I haven't seen the ad that you're referring to. But I'm also going by the prompt of like, and maybe the prompt is
you
misframed.
Can use some. Look, Corey, you're a really smart guy. You can use some common fucking sense that this is selling the concept that don't worry, your vote is secret and your husband won't know. And then you can use some deductive reasoning to figure out, well, who might that be towards and why would they sell that message? And you know that the implication there is that the ad is targeted towards people that are lying to their husband about who they vote.
I feel like you guys are way overthinking this, to be honest. But can I ask like a related question that I think is like maybe at the core of some of this stuff? So, like Lactoid, I use you. Actually, Scott, I use you. Okay. It's probably gonna be pretty rare that you find somebody with your political beliefs, right? Because they're pretty niche.
Super rare.
Yeah, women are not libertarians. It's so weird. It sucks.
So weird. So
it is. You go to libertarian conventions, like it's all men. There's like 4 women. It's like 200 men. It's crazy. It sucks.
That's surprising to you?
You should all go to New Hampshire.
I wish it wasn't the case.
Yeah, wait. Your wishes and your surprise are 2 different things.
Let's not get distracted.
Okay, and you guys
I can't hear what Doobie said. Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't hear anything.
So I said that I hope you and Lactoid wake up one day and God has made you guys crave man ass so that you guys can make each other happy. You guys will find a partner that has the same value system. But if that doesn't happen, what I'm curious about is like, is it the case that, you know, if you meet somebody and you like them in every other way, but they're a fucking communist, right? You find out one day that they're a communist, right? Or something like this. Like, would that just be like a deal breaker for a relationship? If they
a communist would be a deal breaker for me. So this is actually, it's interesting. It's part of the reason, I think, at least in some degree, why I tend to date black women. And it's because the type of black women that date white guys tend to kind of already be in part pariahs to the black community. And they tend to, they tend to lean libertarian, right? They tend to have conservative values that clash with their family. And they also tend to be very socially liberal in terms of like relationships, etc. So like, even though they're not going to be fucking ANCAPs, and I'm not going to try and make them ANCAPs, but they actually do tend to socially and politically somewhat align with me, because they are more open. They're open to date out of the race, and at the same time, they often have values or things that clash with like the kind of like the mostly democratic voting base that much of their family and culture has. So believe it or not, the type of people that I target do tend to lean towards me in politics, but obviously not to the extreme degree, because I'm a radical right-wing anarchist. Like there's like 15 women in America that have that political opinion.
Yeah. So that's I get that from Scott. Lactoid, I think your beliefs are a little bit more mainstream, right? There are libertarian women out there. But
I think I'm more consequentialist, so sure.
Sure. So if I get the same question, but what if it's not like a communist? What if it's like a Kamala voter, right? Like a down the line Democrat voter person?
Yeah.
Like,
well, so I have a different philosophy. I don't believe in the concept of deal breakers. I think that every person has like a number of points associated with each attribute and detriment. And I add up the points in my head and I add up the detriments, and if the points exceed the detriments, then they're acceptable to vote again, or acceptable to date. It's very much a like consequential sort of like utilitarian analysis, right? Like if they're super rich and super hot,
I just go with what makes my dick happy, and communists make me soft as fuck.
Well, no, this is fair enough, but okay, but here I bet I could even convince Scott. Okay, she's a communist, but she's a multi-trillionaire, and she's going to give you all of her money. What about now? That's what I thought. See, a little bit harder, isn't it?
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, a multi-trillionaire would literally, the existence of which would literally crash U.S. economy. But assuming she's like a billionaire,
assume it. It's just hypothetical, right? Trolley problem.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's just like make it a little bit more realistic so I can deal with it. But yeah, I mean, like, I might be able to have fun with that person. I might be able to have fun with that person, right? But like,
I'm marrying this person.
Can I be 100%. Can I be in a loving relationship with them?
I don't think I could. All their money.
I don't think I can.
Well, no, maybe I actually think I think it would be unethical to not date them and not get the money, because think how many libertarian causes you could advance with that money. Seriously, right? You could save a lot of lives. And you could advance a lot of libertarian causes.
I wouldn't lie about it.
I'm not expecting you to.
Maybe I would, because it's so much fucking money, and I've never actually been in that position, so I'm not going to say I'm like a moral arbiter of like truth and justice. And like, maybe I would be tempted, but like, I would hope that I would be like, look, our values do not match, but like, I mean, you know, if you want to have some fun and you're going to give me this money, fuck it, I'll sign paperwork, you know, but like, I don't want to, but I couldn't be in a healthy, committed, like I couldn't be in a healthy, I'm not seeking these people out. And also,
well, no, Lactoid is the gold digger.
Well, just to be clear,
his only value is money, apparently.
No, that's not my only value. I just said like
a fucking gold digger either, you know.
Wait, hear me out. Like,
is Lactoid a bird?
Like healthy relationship is subjective. Okay, if she's a multi-trillionaire and she wants like me, okay, and I'm not going to hide my beliefs, then that could be a healthy relationship. But she's going to know
bird mentality.
Well, I understand. Like you're going to be different than I am, of course. And I think this is what Doobie acknowledged in the beginning. Like I'm a little bit more mainstream.
If this
go ahead.
trillionaire was going to give you her money, but if she found out that you were okay with getting rid of the Civil Rights Act or something, right? Or you're like okay with dog fucking, found out one of your deeply held beliefs, right? She was just deeply held. Yeah, that was a red line for her. She'd dump you immediately. Would you lie to her about that to get $1 trillion?
This sounds a little bit like.
Would you become the soy beta?
Let me explain. This sounds a little bit like the what is it? The Schindler's List dilemma or whatever, where you're like lying to the Nazi about whether. Because think how many lives like it's so many African children. I could save so many African children. I don't know. It'd be tough. I could save a lot of lives.
You know, you'd become the soy beta cock. You probably if that woman wanted to peg you, you'd probably let her do it.
For $1 trillion? You bet your ass I would.
No,
and dude, you're $1 trillion. I wouldn't like it, but for that amount of money, I would do basically anything she asked me to do. The ethical dilemma, like the ethical consequences demand that I do. I would hate it. I would hate it. I don't even like wiping. Okay, you think I'm gonna like a peck?
Don't you share that information?
He just stepped in the shower. He just stepped in the shower.
And just admitted to shit ass.
Someone please clip all of that. Please, someone clip all of that.
Wiping is wild.
What if it's just a straight up gay dude?
$1 trillion?
Yeah.
$1 trillion.
Yeah. I just said it's trillion.
The power bottom for a gay dude.
For $1 trillion, yes, 100%, and you would too. Don't lie to me. Anybody on this panel would. You're denying it now, but then the money's in front of you, and you would say yes.
Fuck no. What? No.
For $1 trillion?
Power bottom is wild, though. Come on.
For $1 trillion.
Listen, for $1 trillion, I'm
that'll crash the U.S. economy.
I'm fucking power bottoming for $1 trillion. Like that's rough.
All those starving African children are going to die because you can't get over a little bit of like gayness. It's whatever. Like just deal with it. Get the money.
I just said I'd suck it. I just said
this is how I'm secure. I am secure in my masculinity because I will do this for $1 trillion. Okay. I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
Move to Dubai. Seek out a Saudi prince. He'll have you for like a fetish. You'll get paid immensely. You'll have the
What is
American
immensely?
values that you were looking
He's
for.
gonna be a lot of money.
He's a
OnlyFans
Saudi
or a Twitch streamer. He's a dude.
You'll live in a land with civil honesty, and you can leave your cell phone out, and you get all you have to do is move to Dubai.
Just be careful what bathing suit you wear. Or the police
God.
might come and get you.
It's under the protection of the Saudi prince.
Hey Gibbs, I think you wanted to say something.
That's
too,
true.
so I
Actually,
wanna
hold
make
on,
sure you have
pause.
space.
Yeah.
I have no idea where we're at now. So I mean, I was going to talk about something else.
Gibbs, would you get fucked for $1 trillion
on SaudiPrince.net?
Gibbs, would you get fucked for $1 trillion?
I'd probably do it for like 50 cents. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get to we're asking all the wrong
He's a
questions.
true capitalist.
Yeah, I'm talking about making some money. You over here worried about all these ethical questions. Bunch of bitches. That's what it is. Listen, we're talking about getting shit done right here. Anyway, I was
literally get shit done.
Yeah, literally, I'm saying, they want to shit up me. Give me a Cleveland steamer. Anyway, sorry. Here's the other thing, back to more serious topics. When we were sitting here talking about this earlier, the thing I was talking about earlier is basically relationships are built on trust. I'll tell you one thing. It does seem like this is almost like, not only is it like the deception thing, it seems like it's also like part of this larger culture war attack on like the nuclear family. Like any kind of things like, oh, deceive your husband. Oh, like anything that's like a traditional value that's like labeling as bad. Like, oh, trust. Now even trust is bad. Like I think that's kind of a scary thought.
I would think it's less so an attack on the nuclear family, so much, in my opinion, that it is the ideology speaks through people, right? Like when you listen to people speaking, and you can tell the philosophy that is speaking through them, and so like the philosophy of leftism and the way that it instantiates itself, both within the left and the right, is certainly an attack on the nuclear family, right? I mean, if you read Prison Papers by Antonio Gramsci and you understand where countercultural hegemonic revolutions occur, you understand why we have critical race theory, why we have queer theory, etc. But I think when you talk about the individual people that make those choices, I think it's really just a complete lack of respect or valuing that family, right? I don't think it's so much that they're like, ooh, how can we undermine the nuclear family? I think the ideology does that and speaks through them as they act in such a way. Like Carl Jung famously said that, people don't have ideas, ideas have people. But when I think it's the individuals that chose to do this ad, I just don't think they have any respect for the family. I think the Kamala campaign doesn't give a fuck about, a man and a woman and children being in union and raising families with, the values that are instantiated together as a team. They don't give a fuck. It's all high time preference thinking, right? They only care about like, what can we do to eke by a few more votes, because power matters, not necessarily values or why the value matters. The only value is power. Kamala doesn't give a fuck about you, doesn't give a fuck about family. She doesn't give a fuck about the economy. She doesn't give a fuck about anything that'll make your life better. She only cares about maintaining and gaining power. And in that regard, if that means undermining the family, fucking who cares? If it gets me some votes, it gets me some votes. That's what I would say. So I don't necessarily disagree with you per se. I just don't think that they're like the family. I think it's just the philosophy.
I don't think it was plotted. Yeah, I don't think it was plotted.
Yeah.
But it does seem like it's like, maybe it's like a lucky benefit for them. I don't fucking know. Or like I would describe it.
Demographic that happens to be targeted,
right? But it does speak to like. I mean, also, if maybe it wasn't a direct plan, but it also speaks like kind of like this represents one thing, and like we want our vision to come out, and they push something that does like inadvertently attack like the nuclear family. I think that's like another level of this that's like making conservatives outraged, because it's like, oh, now we can't even trust our partners, like, and y'all are selling this as a good thing. That seems concerning. I mean, to me, but at least.
No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
No one wants to defend the left's attack on the family. I love it. Well, they're just like, yeah, the left. I don't want to touch this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I have complicated feelings on this. One, I don't like the idea of my two-part. I like Jesse Waters. I believe the line was more or less like, this is like worse than an affair. I don't know if I would called that much. I don't know. I don't know how to categorize that. It would be a violation.
It's a fucking meme.
Violation of trust.
It would be a violation. Yeah, violation of trust. And
I mean,
you go. Right.
Well, for a lot of people, that like having sex might not even be the worst thing that the other person could do to them, right? Like cheating on them, like physically, might not even. But like to vote against your values or vote against the values that maybe you see together, like that's a completely different person. So yeah, I can see how that's akin to an affair. Because if someone has an affair, honestly, you kind of look at that person like, who the fuck even are you? You're not the person I wanted to be with. You're a completely different person. And I think the same thing comes down to like when it comes to like the president and who you're voting for and like where your politics stand. If you were on the same page and then they go completely left or they go completely right, I think you're looking at that person like, who the fuck are you?
Well, also people change over like decades as well.
So that's why I think they're like akin to each other. Well, I'm sorry.
Well, I think it speaks
wait,
to
I want to
the concept.
I just said people also change over decades if they're married.
Yeah, but if they change, okay, the change still comes with communication. The issue here, Corey, is that like we're going on like I feel like what you're doing is going on the assumption like people don't speak to one another. I'm saying even if you change, you speak to one another. The issue here isn't that you're dating or married to a Democrat or a Republican. The issue is that the ad is pushing that your vote is a secret. It's private. The only people that need to hear that it's a secret or that it's private are people that are afraid of telling their partner or spouse like their political views. And then that to me speaks to a higher, like if you can't speak to your spouse about political views, you probably should be in that relationship.
But let's say this, like the Kamala Harris is not like you guys are throwing this idea out that the bigger problem is that you guys aren't talking in a relationship. Okay, but Kamala Harris isn't a marriage counselor, right? That's not the point of these ads.
Yeah,
right. She can't fix any of this, right?
No, but she's the president. Oh, she's the president. She's the candidate, right? So the type of rhetoric that she puts out, even though it isn't like her, what she's implying to do isn't what the problem is, right? So like she says something, she puts out this ad. What comes out is the feelings of the Republican Party and how they feel like they were attacked. This came from the ad. It doesn't have to be so much that her implication was to target people to like cause divide in homes. Obviously it's just to gain voters. That's all she wants to do. Yeah. But what comes with that, because she's a candidate, because she's the because she's the potential president, the rhetoric around that becomes like completely different, and it's exaggerated due to the fact of who the person is.
I don't know if Kamala's campaign is now a home wrecker because of all this. I want to try to keep this in proportion.
No, I agree with you, Prime. I think I agree. What I think is occurring here is when I said she only values power. Right? She doesn't care about these things, right? That's the is statement that I would make a claim about, right? I would claim that she doesn't actually care to break apart the nuclear family or anything. What she's doing is she's trying to target voters, and that she thinks this is a tactic that will get some percentage of women to gain those votes. And on the flip side of that is that it's not per se saying everyone ought do this. But it does come with a snuck in ought claim, which is that when she does this, she's saying, at least in some degree, that this is okay, that it is okay to lie to your husband and to vote in this way. Because if it wasn't, then why would the ad be targeted in such a way to saying, hey, don't you know you can do this? It's a tacit acceptance.
It's
even
not
if
her.
She doesn't agree with the relationship itself, but she is in a certain way making a moral claim via the ad.
It's not her, it's the marketers too, right? It's the people who came up with the ad campaign. It's not like she came up with it and it's like, hey, do
she's
this
in
ad
charge,
campaign,
you know
right?
what I mean?
She approves it or denies it.
It's the same thing when Joe Jorgensen put out that fucking tweet that said it's not enough to be to not be racist. You must be actively anti-racist. And everyone in the LP was like, what the fuck is your problem? She was like, oh, an intern wrote it. And we're like, okay, but that's your fucking campaign, bitch. At the very least, you should have control over what people put on your fucking Twitter.
Her approving it is 100% up to her decision. I'm saying like the snuck in implications probably don't come from her. She's not the creative director of the campaign. The campaign directors like have the snuck in implications. She just went along with it because, hey, this might get me more votes. That's kind of what I'm not painting Kamala as like a destroyer of homes.
It is,
but
it is
the
a
ad
tacit
itself,
acceptance of that.
But no, I'm just saying the ad itself comes off malicious, and it's like that's more important than maybe the intention of Kamala's. I don't think the intention was to like break home.
Let's go to Buckaroo and Corey.
I think the ad does go to show how Kamala's whole campaign has been like really specifically targeted towards, I'd say, some like niche demographics, and it all just comes off really insincere, especially in comparison to Trump's campaign, which, he's kind of touted as a man of the people, anti-establishment, and then you see Kamala come in with all of these really pristine advertisements that have like really obvious demographics, and they have like really strong messages. It doesn't come off just informational. It comes off like they are pushing an agenda of some sort. And while I understand that kind of is the point of an advertisement, to push the agenda of voting for her, I also think it shows kind of the lack of awareness that the campaign themselves had of how everybody else who isn't targeted by those ads sees them.
Actually, can I just really quickly, because I actually noticed something that was like, because I mean, there's always like red meat that they throw out, right, for like different interest groups or whatever. But there was a thing that happened, I think last month, when there were like a bunch of stories about Kamala suffering with like black men, right? Like not doing well with black men, or not doing as well as expected. And like a couple of days afterwards, there was all these ads all over the place about this small business program for like for specifically for black men, right? Like put out by her campaign.
Bitcoin for black men. I was like, what?
Like just a couple of days after those polls came out, right? And the stories went up. So it really does feel like Buckaroo said, it's like very targeted, very obviously pandering to like specific groups of people. It's like it's very like it seems very like reactive, right? That's like, oh, we're suffering with this group, so we got to target something of that group.
She's Queen Pander. She even puts on different accents.
We got to get Obama out here to get the black men.
Yeah, and I think a lot of her campaign has been focused on identity politics, which is probably also why they're targeting such like specific identities. They're not targeting just women or just conservative women or just conservative, they're targeting conservative women who might be in a relationship, who don't realize that their vote is private and might want to vote on the more recent like abortion policy. Like,
I guess my only issue with that is that almost all politics is identity politics, right? We try to separate.
I agree, but my point is, when your opponent is Trump, who like touts himself as a man of the people, he's anti-establishment, he's like kind of messy on every stage he goes on. He's kind of the exact opposite of Kamala in a way that I think Kamala had to combat in some way by being more of a woman of the people.
Well, I mean, like, I agree with you, Prime Cause, that like every campaign or every political thing is going to be targeted towards a demographic, towards an identity in some way. What I would say that is a little bit different, at least in this, let's just taking just the 2024 campaign, right? Is that Trump is casting a wide net and the identity is conservative, right? The identity isn't necessarily white men or black men. It does go into that, right? Like when he was interviewed by those black journalists, he specifically was talking about black jobs and black people and that. So they certainly do that to a degree. But if we're looking at the overall arc of the campaign, it is that way. And he's doing the best that he can. I would say somewhat poorly. His team seems to be doing a much better job than he is at like specifically focusing on policies, and those policies, even if you consider them good or bad, are meant to be policies that are wide net policies, right? Kamala Harris is talking about abortion, but she has no abortion policy. What is she going to do? Pack the court? That's the only policy she could have. Because if she tries to make a law in Congress, to solidify Roe v. Wade as law of the land, it's going to get struck down by the same fucking court that already struck down Roe v. Wade for the same fucking issues, most likely. And so unless a conservative dies and she replaces them, she doesn't really have much that she can do. And Trump has said over and over and over again that his goal with abortion is already done, to leave it to the states. So it's not like she's actually running on a specific policy. She's just running on the fear that women have that like the rapist Trump is gonna. It's all games and illusion.
I love that. I love
Whereas
that.
Trump's. And if you look at her agenda, right? Look at every single agenda on her website, and what you'll find in the second or third paragraph of every one is like, yes, this is for people, but also this is specifically for Black people more so. Like every single one talks about how her policies are going to be targeted towards Black people, minorities, everyone that isn't a white male is going to be able to benefit from these policies. Whereas Trump doesn't have any of those things because none of his. I mean, he did some with the Black community with opportunity zones, right? And which I think probably might be where she got opportunity economy from, hilariously. But he's done some of that, but most of them are a wide net. So I think it is a little bit disingenuous, but I understand where you're coming from to say that like they're both running an identity politics game because they're very different in the way that they're doing it.
I hear you, friend. But I do love the idea that you were getting to. Kamala and liberals in general are about half measures. And when it comes to this abortion, specifically on abortion,
well, they're a fractured party. The Democrats have to appease neoliberal warhawks and communists at the same time.
They don't appease the communists. Oh, I'm sorry. Now you're losing me here. But like when it comes to abortion, Democrats had a long time, right? And they had points where they had like, the trifecta, which is the presidency and both houses of Congress, where they could have addressed this issue. They like to fearmonger on this issue, but they could have addressed it. They didn't, right? Kamala Harris, yeah, she doesn't have a plan. Are you going to pass a law? Yeah, that law will probably be struck down. I think
she has a concept of a plan, okay?
I think it'd be on different grounds than on Roe v. Wade, but still, I hear what you're saying. I'm picking it up right here. And the Democrats aren't willing to, one, get rid of the filibuster, or to pack the courts, right? Or do some sort of court reform there. So they're chicken shit in all these areas.
Kamala might pack the courts, and then we're fucked.
Kamala is not going to do that. Kamala can't say no to
she threatened to do it in 2019.
She ain't doing. She's starting to do lots of things, and she has no policy.
Dude, she's flipped on every fucking issue. Exactly. She just says whatever gets her fucking.
She has never taken back. She has never taken back her threat to pack the court. And packing the court would lead to the destruction of this country. Unironically,
has it been brought up again? Has anyone asked her?
It hasn't been like a common talking point this time around, but she has never repudiated. She has never taken back that position.
And if she felt it was unpopular, she would eject that policy so goddamn fast. No, she doesn't. No one knows.
It was unpopular when she proposed it.
Quick question: Do we think she signed off on this ad because her husband's a wife? I'm just curious. Like maybe she thinks all women are suffering from that.
You cut out a really bad time. Her husband's a what? Her husband's a what?
Wife beater?
I don't know that it's true.
We didn't hear what you said. Wife beater? Wife beater? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was. I was joking because there's supposed evidence that her husband has beat previous girlfriends.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think I may have heard something about that.
This is what I'm talking about the echo chamber of the left, right? Is like conservatives have stories and news articles that they share that like just never make it to the left.
Well, Gibbs gave us some nonsense, right, about Tim Walz a while back ago. You guys remember that when he came in here talking about Tim Walz and some like
touchdown Timmy, bro.
Some gay nonsense that was happening and with minors and shit. That was nonsense, of course. It went nowhere. Big news. What a surprise!
But hold on, but nothing I've said has been wrong. I think it's fair to hold Kamala Harris to the positions that she held the last time she ran in a primary. And that was 2019. She supported mandatory gun buybacks, packing the court. She's a radical
mandatory
leftist.
gun buybacks. Sound like
fracking.
Now I'm warming up to her.
But she loves Israel, guys.
Yeah, that part's true. Well, actually, I don't even think that part is true. I think nothing of her.
She doesn't care. She doesn't care about Israel or Palestine. She just cares about fucking power.
Exactly. Anyway, I'll leave that there. This has been a really good conversation. We're already over time. I don't want to hold anyone. But this is a really good conversation. I think there's probably more to say on this. And I'm really, really grateful to all the fantastic guests that we have here that make this possible. Really, you guys once again knocked it out of the park. If you guys liked it out there, one, hit the follow button. I should say that more often. I really don't. Hit the follow button. We do this all the time. So don't head out until you do so, and keep the bell on so you know when we stream. And consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Brand new month. Maj and BMAC was so kind to get the first 5 subs of this community of this month, right? So shout out to Majin. But we do need more support. We are low on subs, so consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Use your Amazon Prime Prime Gaming. You're out there. I see you. You got them. Use them here, right? You apparently value this place to keep coming back, so I'm consider using it. Yeah. All right. I'm going to give an outro to all these kind of individuals, and that'll be that. Lactoid, thank you. You are fantastic and doing a great job. I love the back and forth today. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on Prime, and I want to thank everybody else here. And if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV and Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. But one thing that I want to end on, and this is just very deeply important to me here. Tomorrow is a big day. We got a big election coming up, and I think it's important that all of us here on this panel, just like Joe Rogan did an hour or two ago. Okay, you can look this up. He did it.
Oh, so there's gonna be a huge shocker of what Joe Rogan did in his endorsement.
He endorsed Donald Trump. Okay,
huge shock.
And I think it's critically important. Okay.
Oh no.
That all of us here do what's necessary and vote for Donald J. Trump tomorrow, November 5th. Okay, don't forget, Tuesday, November 5th. Don't miss it. Thank you. Do it for me.
So I stand by what I said in that group DM. That's you in 20 years. There you go. There's the hat. You've already the transformation has begun.
Today.
As the Lactoid of today. Oh my god. I wish I had a candidate that I could, forcefully push back on you with. I don't. So I'll just have to leave it at that. All right. Thank you so much, Lactoid. Scott, I've fucking missed you. Honestly, this is amazing. I really, really enjoyed our conversation. You had a whole bunch to the topic, and you had great questions, great follow-ups, and you're fantastic, dude. What can
I say? I'm amazing.
Yes, you're amazing. No, I'm gonna say that you're amazing. I do appreciate it. You don't have to spend your time here, but you do, and I do appreciate that.
Well, yeah, I just started coming back. I'm streaming currently on YouTube on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and obviously, we'll come to some Prime guys for sure, and potentially do some other stuff. So, check me out, Fabian Liberty. I saw some people followed on Twitch. Like, I don't stream to Twitch, mostly because if you have any spiciness or right-wing ideas, you'd be a fucking idiot to stream on Twitch. Because you're just waiting for the ban to come, and then you're going to be banned from all Twitch panels and from talking to Twitch, because they can't stream you. So it's just a much safer bet to go to YouTube or Rumble. Rumble's not quite there yet. I like Rumble. I like what they're trying to do. But they're just, they're missing some things that YouTube just does better currently. But, yeah, come check me out. Join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, etc. I'm happy to be back. As far as the election tomorrow, I don't really have a dog in this fight. As a right-wing anarchist, I don't trust Donald Trump in any way, shape, or form to shrink the size of the state. He wants to seems like he might want to create an entirely new department.
With Ron Paul.
Well, he never confirmed Ron Paul would be there. But even if it did, and it was a good thing, what does that department look like under a Democratic presidency? What does government efficiency even fucking mean, and how will they use that power against us? Tariffs are fucking gay and bad. There's a terrible fucking policy if you understand economic law. So I'll be voting for John Galt tomorrow. That's what I'll be writing in. Read Atlas Shrugged. And mostly, I just won't vote for a socialist. And that's why I'm not voting for Kamala or Trump, because they're both fucking retarded socialists. But if you want to get based conversations and talk about philosophy and political philosophy and It may be a little bit of a nerdy level, come check me out. Appreciate
you so
guys.
much, friend. All right, and Corey, I love when you were getting aggressive, especially when you're getting aggressive with Scott, right? Perfect target for that. But that's fine. Let's do more of that in the future, Corey. Right? Chills running through my body watching you doing that.
Oh no! If I've set some sort of standard that you're home with you, I'm gonna fail miserably now. So don't get your hopes up. But I'll do my best. And yeah, as always, this is great and totally great to have Scott back. I know that I can engage with Scott on that level because I know he can take it. He's good to engage in that manner. And also, what I would say is, I do find it interesting going back when Lactoid was admitting that 60 or 70% of the men around him are like weak. I think there's a saying about birds of a feather type of
They're
thing.
all liberals, all of them.
All the people around you are liberals. Okay, well then. Yeah.
Unironically, yes, I come from a liberal background. It's true.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and you
He's
just
a lawyer. Of course, it's a bunch of fucking Democrats. They like doing. I mean, lawyers, sleazy, slimy pieces of shit. Obviously, they're going to be majority Democrat.
Without exception.
That might depend on the state as well. I can probably imagine that there's probably like more libertarian lawyers, but I'm making that up, but I can see that. Both economists and lawyers.
It is like the least of like no libertarians with lawyers.
Okay, yeah, I have nothing. I'm just totally speculating. But yeah, either way,
it's an anomaly.
This has always been great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Gibbs, Doobie, Ali, Banshee, and Scott. Lactoid, always a pleasure, and pleasure to meet you, Banshee, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Honestly, the MAGA cap is freaking me out. All right, there's like a clash here. It really is.
It looks like a fake MAGA cap. Is that a trucker cap?
Yeah, I like the open back. It helps with my hair follicles breathe. Fitted caps are uncomfortable.
Is that authentic?
Does it say from
the gas station?
I got it from Amazon. I don't know how authentic that is. It's probably not all that authentic.
That's not a real. You didn't support MAGA. A Democrat made that hat.
Democrat.
Whoa! I've seen the documentary of the actual facility that they make the official hats in. A lot of Democrats make the actual hats. Just to be clear, right? It's true.
Support Democrats.
They got on Amazon, which means it was made by children in a Chinese factory.
It's
probably a communist that made that hat.
Well, he likes making communist slaves, so that works for him.
No, it came from somewhere else. I don't know where, but not China, definitely.
Lactoid. This is it's a clash for how I view in my mind's eye, right? Like, I have a lot of respect for you, right? But like this.
A cat.
This hat is it's a problem. But let's move on. Buckaroo, is so nice actually having you. This is fantastic. I could actually, put a face to the lovely voice that I've been hearing for months. And you really crushed it. I thought you were a fantastic guest, a great addition, and you got the full experience because Scott hasn't been here for quite a while, and you haven't run out of here screaming. So hopefully we can have you back in the future.
I hope so too. It's been great. Thank you guys so much. It was terrifying, I will admit. Every time I heard you guys just quietly listening to me, I was like, oh shit. They're not just all talking over at me at once. Okay. It was lovely meeting all of you guys. And thank you.
Yeah. No, don't worry. We will. I mean, we will. I mean, once, eventually, woman's voice, phone's on. We just got to cut that shit off. But
normally I just do like a crucible by fire anytime I see a woman on here because I'm deeply misogynistic. But it's like I see Prime guys over here smiling too goddamn much. So I was like, I guess I got a wingman Prime over.
Look, all I have to say
guess I gotta be nice.
Every place, a woman invited into the room, it just lifts the spirits, okay?
Really lifts the spirits.
Stay away from my
D&D
D&D
table. The White House, then it's a bad outcome. We can't let that happen.
All I know is I work in a warehouse, and when I was hired along with another girl, the guy said, "Thank you. We really need women here."
That's okay. I actually want to examine
That was a lie.
sometime.
They didn't need him.
I
They're perfectly fine without a woman in the fuck.
I do want to examine that at some point. All right, anyway, Ali. Thanks for being here, friend. You were great today. You were really passionate. I love to see it. I love to see it. Thanks, friend.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. Great to have you back, Scott Buckaroo. It was a pleasure to meet you. All I gotta say is tomorrow. Listen, if you have any conviction, you either just won't vote or you'll do what Scott is doing and you'll just write in some random fucking person. Because to vote for either Trump or Kamala is a waste of a vote, and you should prove to these people that your vote is to be fucking earned and it isn't just deserved on some stupid ass basis. Find some morals, find some principle. Throw away your vote or vote third party or fucking just write it in. Thank you.
So much. Yeah. Oh man, you got me fired
I
up with
might
that
vote
one.
for Hung Cal though, just because his name is hilarious.
I
I'm
will
not gonna-
say,
Hey, based. I'm with it,
Senator
Fabian.
running in Virginia's name is Hung Cal, and
We
I
may
see
disagree.
his posters next to dairy farms all the time.
Oh my god.
Like I see, like you
Listen.
drive and you see a bunch of cows and you see Hung Cow and it's like fucking amazing. Whoever's putting those signs there, kudos to you.
We may disagree on some things, Scott, but you are a man of principles and conviction.
Thanks so much. All right. Yeah, and that part I agree.
Thank you.
Let's go to our friend Doobie. So happy to have you, Doobie. This was fantastic. I love what the parts that you added into. You had some really, really great retorts. So shout out to you, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Check your DMs,
just-
buddy.
Oh yeah, okay, I will in a second. Just really quick. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh, actually, I was actually curious. Lots of politically involved people here. I was really wondering, like, who you guys are voting for if you haven't voted already. If you guys have like an endorsement for a candidate. Because personally, I'm not voting for either of them because I can't stand either of them at all. But I'm going to vote on the local shit. But I'm really curious as to like who all of you are voting for.
Well, I'm Canadian, but I endorse Kamala overall, even though I'm
you,
not
Corey.
hugely favorable towards her. But
I'm just not.
So I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
it's
clear or
understandable.
not, but
He has no
Yeah, right.
morals. He has no morals, so he's voting for
I am
whatever
voting-
side might win.
I'm voting against Kamala Harris. That's what I'm doing. Okay, we got
I hate that.
minimize
That's what this
communism.
fucking-
Minimize communism.
That's what this whole
Vote
election
against
has
Kamala
become.
Harris.
I'm voting against Trump. I'm voting against Kamala. None of you are voting for anybody.
Welcome to
Not
America.
true.
This is part of being American.
that's
You would know if you're an
that's-
American.
That's not
No,
American.
I mean, like,
That's pathetic.
I was
That's
being
pathetic.
mostly like just funny, but like I actually do like Hung Cow. I don't think he has any shot of winning, but I will actually vote for him.
But you're at least voting
I-
for somebody. You're voting for
yeah,
something.
no, I voted for. I mean, he's a Vietnamese
voting
immigrant
anti.
that was worked as an SF. It seems very, very, very much in favor of limited government.
No.
Don't like the fact that he doesn't have the balls to say anything about Social Security.
Despite how hungry he is?
Because, well, I'm just saying, like, you're not a serious politician about fixing this country unless you're willing to say that we need to do something about Social Security, and we need like, if you're not willing to get rid of Social Security, then you don't actually care about the United States
He
economy
needs some votes.
or the debt.
Okay, so
Like,
let's
right,
speed
but
up.
exactly.
We're at the,
Well, yes, I was just saying, like, I wasn't joking. I will probably vote for Hung Cow, but yeah, no, I'm not voting for Trump or Kamala.
Buckaroo. You're asking.
Fucking socialists.
I just have to say, just like Kamala's ad, my vote, my choice, my business.
That means Kamala.
Oh,
Boo.
Yeah.
No, I just like I
Liar.
just wanted
What a
to
huge
reference the ad.
liar.
I wanted to reference the ad. I'm
It's a
sorry.
callback.
She's voting.
It's a
She's
callback.
voting
It's a
Kamala.
callback.
I
Yeah.
know Buckaroo. She's voting Kamala.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Mhm.
Damn it.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's go to our friend Gibbs, and you can answer that question too. Gibbs, thank you for being here, buddy. I really like you. Oh God, like you come in the clutch. Like if you're some of your like they're not one liners. They're a little more than that, but like they're hilarious. And you put a smile on my face, and I will never give you up. It's just not gonna
All right.
happen.
I appreciate it. I will say, thank you so much. So it's fun to be here, especially on this election eve. There's nothing more important than voting. You should go vote. Don't sit here and be like Ollie and say, I'm not going to vote. No, there's one thing you can do in this country, you guarantee people died for it. It's voting. You need to go vote. It's important. Now, that being said, I will encourage someone to go, well, you know, vote for Trump. And guess what, folks? I'm not doing it as an anti-person. I'm doing it because I am pro-Trump at this point. He's doing what's best for America, and Kamala and the left are evil. They are sitting here. They're coming for you. They came for the squirrels. They came for the raccoons. They're coming for your guns, and they're going to be eating them. It's terrible. Just like the dogs and cats.
True. You don't get to do that, Lactoid.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. The last part.
You don't get to. Yeah, that last part. You don't believe that first part, though. You don't believe that first part, though. That's the sad part. That's the sad part.
If you can't vote for Kamala or Trump, vote Peanut.
Oh my
God.
God.
Peanut. Vote for Trump is a vote for Peanut.
I'm gonna write in Peanut the squirrel, 100%.
All
Right. So when
You
you make
should
that
do-
Harambe meme and just put Peanut Butter on there if they haven't done that already.
I will say you can always do what my dad does. Write in your own name, okay?
That too.
Okay, so
Be an alpha vote for
You.
yourself.
Bet on yourself.
we will.
That alone proves she's voting for Kamala
Great.
with that bullshit women speak of like, be brave, vote for yourself. You're worthy.
Or narcissistic. I would do that, you know.
Yeah, I was
I was a
just
little more
quoting
narcissistic.
like business bros who are like, I bet on myself every day, you know? Those kind of guys.
There's
Voting
this
for us
guy
to be
named
president.
That's
Andrew
fair.
Shaman, and this guy looks wonderful. I don't know who this guy is, but this beard is so fucking epic. You're gonna thank me later for this one. So I'm gonna send you guys off to Andrew Shaman. Let's be kind to him. Oh my God, he's got like this whole psychedelic thing going on here. And I will see you later. Bye.